Chapter 821. Chu Feng, why aren't you back yet? This was Ouyang Feng's message. He seemed incomparably anxious and his handwriting was somewhat sloppy. It's been 3 months. Father, can you still come back? You still haven't told me where our family's heirloom is. Why didn't you make a will in advance? Chu Feng wanted to slap the little Taoist to death when he saw this. He was truly an unfilial son. After that, he saw Ying Zhexian's message. Her literary talent was outstanding. She didn't say much, but she was rather spirited. Reading it made people feel at ease. The last line was wishing Chu Feng well. There were also words carved by Qin Luoyin. They were graceful and exquisite. Her words were reserved, but one could see her concern. Ying Xiaoxiao's message was purely wailing. The whole thing was shouting, such as, "Ah, brother-in-law, don't die. Brother-in-law, hurry up and come back to life. Brother-in-law, my sister is going to be a widow." Chu Feng wanted to hit someone when he saw this. He was living well, so why was this silver-haired Lolita howling for no reason? Moreover, her sister didn't seem to feel any discomfort from parting. At least, it wasn't reflected in Ying Zhexian's words. Chu Feng, rest in peace. Have a good journey. I'll take good care of my sister. This was Ying Wudi's message. Chu Feng's liver hurt. He really wanted to grab him and give him a beating. This brother-in-law didn't give up on killing him and his love for his sister. He really should be suppressed. Chu Feng was rather shocked by the following words. They were all left by the little Taoist alone. Father, it's been 10 years and you still haven't returned. Father, it seems like something bad has happened to you. 100 years have passed and you haven't returned. I hope you can rest in peace in the underworld. I've already advised Mother that this feeling can be left as a memory. Don't torment yourself and marry someone else. When he read the first half, Chu Feng's heart trembled. 100 years had passed? He wondered what they had experienced in this world. After that, his expression darkened when he read the second half. He wanted to grab the little Taoist and give him a beating. He actually advised his mother to marry someone else earlier. At the same time, he began to waver in his belief. It was no wonder that all the gods believed in the theory of predestination in the end. Perhaps there was indeed some basis to it. Otherwise, why would there be some sort of resonance when he had just renamed the lesser 6 rays of time technique? That was also a feeling that could be recalled. There was a little Taoist's annotation at the back. He told Chu Feng that ever since Chu Feng had disappeared, a strange change had occurred at the millstone. Rays of light had once overflowed the heavens. Apart from me, no one else can get close to this place. I guess it has something to do with the talisman paper. After all, I've come into contact with it before, and I have its mysterious energy in my body. This was the message left behind by the little Taoist. Oh no, Father, we can't go back. There's no way to return to Damring Pure Land through the vortex in the sky. We're left in this world. The vortex has disappeared. The demonic ancestral cauldron has been crippled, and the other path has also been cut off. According to what the little Taoist said, the people of Mount Eternal had once come to this world and grasped a second path. However, that path was also broken in the end. The deities that originated from this world made a powerful move. After that, Chu Feng saw that there were messages on rocks one after another. They were all carved by the little Taoist alone. According to what he said, no one else had any way of getting close to this place. Father, we've stayed in this world for 150 years. We've far exceeded the limit of 100 years. Everyone wants to leave, but we can't find a way out. Father, Ouyang Feng wants me to tell you that he can raise your wife on his own. You don't need to worry. When Chu Feng saw this, he was seething with anger. He almost jumped up. What kind of disgraceful words was this disgraceful Ouyang Feng saying? After that, he saw the little Taoist's annotation. Ouyang Feng's literary talent is too poor. Actually, he only wanted to say that you should take good care of Father's wife and relatives. Don't think too much about it. Then why did you carve it out? Chu Feng wanted to beat up Ouyang Feng, and at the same time, he also wanted to beat up this son of his. Father, I want to cry. We really can't go back. It's been 200 years, and we can't find a way out. Mother's soul hair is no longer lustrous, and white hair has taken root. The lifespan of this world is extremely low. The amount of life is so little that it makes one's hair stand on end. When he saw these words, Chu Feng was startled in his heart. He recalled what he learned on the Vicious Beast Plateau. The people of this world used mutant techniques to evolve very quickly, but they also died very early. They weren't much better than ordinary people, especially when they would decline in their later years. All kinds of misfortune and terrifying misfortunes would happen to them. Father, they all said that after you jumped into the millstone and let out a blood-curdling screech, an accident actually happened to you. You might have died at that moment. I know this should be true. Now, when everyone mentions you, they're very sad and disappointed. Father, 230 years have passed. We really can't go back anymore. There's no way out to speak of. Furthermore, a group of our people died. I don't want to say their names because I'm afraid you'll be sad if you know in the underworld. They're all my uncles. They left. We still haven't become gods. Some of us were killed by that martial god bastard. Why hasn't that bastard died of old age? His chi and blood should be declining. Now our situation is bleak. Father, it's been 260 years. Mother is completely old. She hasn't married and has been waiting for you all along. But you didn't come back in the end. She didn't wait until she saw you one last time. When he read up to this point, Chu Feng's lips and heart were trembling. Mother left very peacefully, but she wasn't happy all her life. In the early years, she was entangled with you in gratitude and grudges. Ever since she had me and met you again in this world, there was finally a turn for the better. It was possible for the two of you to continue walking together, but you disappeared. You most likely already died at the millstone. I know that even though Mother didn't say anything, she was very sad at the bottom of her heart. I once saw her silently gazing into the distance alone. When she faced the direction of the millstone alone, there were tears in her eyes. At the last moment of her life, apart from calling out the damning Pure Land's name and missing her family and master, I also heard her softly chanting your name. Even though it was very faint and almost inaudible, I really heard it. Mother actually had you in her heart. Mother, she's gone forever. Father, I want to cry. I want to cry loudly. The whole world has turned gray. After reading up to this point, glistening tears appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. Father, I'm here again. It's already been a year since Mother left, but I still can't help but miss her often. She passed away without a sound. I'll never forget her. In her last moments, she muttered and pulled my hand. She couldn't be at ease and her gaze was always fixed in one direction. I know that her turbid eyes were looking at the coordinates of the millstone. She didn't see you return even until she died. There was bitterness, reluctance, regret, and misery in her heart. Mother, I don't want you to go. Chu Feng seemed to hear the little Taoist's heart-wrenching cries. He also seemed to see those regretful and bitter scenes of the past appear before his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. His heart was trembling and his eyes were sore. Tears silently slid down. Those people and those matters seemed to have happened just yesterday. I want to become a god. 100 years ago, among the group of uncles and aunties on Mount Eternal, there was originally someone who was about to become a god. However, an accident occurred and many uncles died. I absolutely won't allow this kind of thing to happen to me. I must become a god and destroy that old bastard, the martial god. Separated by the rocks and through these words, Chu Feng seemed to be able to see the little Taoist's unstoppable determination. 270 years. On this day, Aunt Ingzhixian also left. Even at the last moment of her life, she was still very beautiful. It's just that her soul was as white as snow. I know that even though she didn't say anything, she also wanted to see you return at the last moment of her life. She wasn't purely rational, nor was she otherworldly indifferent. She was just overly reserved. Before she left, she didn't say anything and only stared blankly in a certain direction. Chu Feng's heart was sore. Sparkling and translucent tears silently flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Little Aunt is also old. When she saw her older sister off, she cried very sadly. She couldn't accept it. Uncle Woody, Ouyang Feng, and the group of uncles from Mount Eternal have already passed away many years ago. I don't want to tell you in detail what happened. I'm afraid that you'll mourn in the underworld if you know about it. Chu Feng cried. His eyes were bloodshot when he saw these words. Tears flowed down and he couldn't help but let out a low roar. In the end, little Aunt Ing Xiaoxiao also passed away. I was sad, but I couldn't cry because they left me one by one. My tears had already dried up after so many sorrows, and it was very difficult to shed them again. But my heart really hurt. This time, the entire world was quiet and I was the only one left. I no longer had any worries. I'm going to become a god. 281 years, I became a god. I'm going to kill that old fart, the martial god, and flatten vicious beast plateau. Father, if you're aware in the underworld or if you're still alive, please bless me. I'll definitely succeed. Even if I die in battle, I'll drag that old bastard, the martial god. Father, it's 282 years now. Autumn. I've come here alive to offer sacrifices to you. I've killed the martial god and the witch god. I've flattened vicious beast plateau and avenged those uncles. The process was very arduous. I don't want to say much. A man doesn't shed sorrowful tears even though he's bleeding. I feel that there's a huge problem with the mutant technique. I haven't even reached my later years, but some strange things have already started to happen to me. Father, I won't come here again for a very long time. I want to comprehend and research all kinds of mutant techniques to find a solution. It's been 500 years. Father, I've come to see you again. I'm also gradually getting old. The lifespan of a god isn't much either. The lifespan of the evolvers in this world is too short. Time doesn't wait for me. It's been 700 years. The fire of life is flickering. I've already stepped into my bleak twilight years. I don't have any heirs or children by my side. I've always been alone. You guys are all gone and I'm the only one left. I don't have much time left. Many terrifying things have happened to me. I'm old now. My blood and chi have dried up, but I can still look down on the world with difficulty. Not a single person is my opponent, but I'm so lonely. I miss my mother and I miss those uncles. I miss my aunt, Ouyang Feng, and the others too. When one reaches their later years, they'll always reminisce. They can't help but want to shed tears, but when they use their hands to wipe them, they discover that they've long since been unable to shed tears. Father, I don't have too many feelings for you. You didn't take care of me. It was Mother who raised me. I won't fuss about the old matter of you seizing my black talisman anymore. It's useless to fuss about it. I already have one foot in the grave and a new god might appear. I'm about to die. Chu Feng stood there, his body trembling. He really couldn't endure it any longer. Soul tears hung on his face. Father, it's been 750 years. This should be the last time I come to see you in this life. My life is about to reach its end. All kinds of strange and misfortune have happened to me. A new god has already appeared and will devour me at any time. However, I don't want to walk the path of the millstone. I want to find a quiet place to end my own life. I really miss the days I spent with Mother and little Aunt. Although there were joys and sorrows, sadness and regret, there was also warmth that was worth cherishing for a lifetime. Looking back on my life, I really was a failure. I had the qualifications to become an Empyrean, yet I was stranded in a foreign land and died in a foreign land. But I'm also very satisfied. Mother treated me very well. This kind of sincere affection is something I'll never forget. I don't know if there's an afterlife or if I can see them again. In these final moments, I can only look up to the heavens and sigh. In this life, I have many regrets. For example, Father and we were father and son, but we didn't have true fate. Alright, speaking of this, I thought of an old matter. What is our Chu family's so-called family heirloom? This can also be considered a small knot in my heart. Now that I've thought of it, how laughable. Father, goodbye. Or perhaps I should say that I'll never see you again. This is the last words of your son, Chu Wuhan. Chu Feng stood there, his face covered with tears. Chu Wuhan, did he pass away without a trace? Chapter 8:22. Nearby, rocks and gravel were everywhere. The wind swept up the sand and dust, forming a whirlwind. Chu Feng stood there motionlessly. How could he accept this? This kind of grievous news was too cruel. In the end, he let out a loud cry and madly ran away like a wounded beast. This kind of cruel ending made his entire body tremble. Chu Feng let out a low roar and increased his speed, bringing about a violent gale that immediately sent sand and stones flying. He disappeared in the blink of an eye and left this area before arriving at the outer region. Chu Feng searched the wasteland. Whether it was from his emotions or from the harsh reality, he was unwilling to believe it. He wanted to get to the bottom of this and find out what was going on. There were living beings in the wasteland, but there were very few of them. However, Chu Feng quickly locked onto a four-winged flying rhinoceros in the outer region with his keen and powerful divine senses. He rushed over in a split second. The four-winged flying rhinoceros, that was entirely golden in color, was very vigilant. When it saw a human-shaped gale engulfing it with sand and stones, it let out a roar and spread its golden wings to rapidly soar into the sky. Whoosh! Chu Feng moved later but arrived first and blocked its path. He pressed forward with one hand and immediately subdued it. Don't kill me. I'm very pitiful. My clansmen were all slaughtered and I escaped to this place with a narrow escape. If I die, my clan will be exterminated, the four-winged flying rhinoceros said with a trembling voice. This was a Cloud-Eater realm creature and its strength could already be considered pretty good. However, it was far inferior to the Chu Feng before their eyes. Chu Feng stared at it and concealed his sorrowful emotions. He said, "Let me ask you, is the martial god still on Vicious Beast Plateau?" Martial god? It's a very ancient name. This seems to be a god that died a long time ago. He should have been dead for several hundred years, the four-winged flying rhinoceros replied cautiously while trembling with fear. When he heard this information, Chu Feng's body swayed and he almost fell head first from midair. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. At first, he was still holding on to some hope and thought that the words carved on the stone tablet weren't real. However, when he came out to seek confirmation, he suffered a head-on blow. How he wished that the martial god was still alive, even if he was an enemy. If that god was still alive, he would be able to overturn his earlier speculations, and all the tragedies would not have happened. Now, a simple sentence from the golden flying rhinoceros had torn apart the hope in his heart, turning all his hopes to ashes, and he was overwhelmed with grief. Chu Feng's extended hand was trembling, and he no longer suppressed the golden rhinoceros. His soul light swayed as he said, "What era is it now? Have you heard of Chu Wuhan? It's the 121st year of the Devil God calendar now. His Majesty the Devil God has been ruling the Vicious Beast Plateau for over 100 years," answered the golden four-winged rhinoceros. At the same time, it was very scared, and its voice was slightly trembling as it said, "Chu Wuhan should have been dead for more than 100 years. He was a god that was personally killed by the demonic god. In his later years, he died very miserably." In an instant, the divine light in Chu Feng's eyes erupted. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. After that, he roared towards the sky. He felt a pain that tore his heart and lungs apart. This is real, everything is real. Earlier on, he was still telling himself that everything was an illusion and that everything was fake. It shouldn't be like this, and it couldn't be like this. But reality was cruel, and the truth was cruel. It made his heart bleed, and he was already about to go crazy. His son Chu Wuhan's last words appeared in front of his eyes again. They were actually so glaring. The little Taoist came to offer sacrifices to him for the last time, and he left behind his last words. Father, it's been 750 years. This should be the last time I come to see you in this lifetime. My life is about to reach its end, Father, goodbye. Or perhaps I should say that I'll never see you again like this. His son Chu Wuhan's last words. Chu Feng's eyes surged with tears unceasingly. He was thinking about those words and those messages. Chu Wuhan was already old at that time, and he knew that he was going to die. He was going to be replaced by a new god, and he was going to be killed. The demonic god killed Chu Wuhan? Asked Chu Feng. His tone was very agitated, and his entire body was trembling. He was itching to tear apart the blue dome of heaven. He had seen those past events on the rocks. His son had once said that the strangeness and decay had already happened to him. After he entered his twilight years, his blood and chi had dried up, and he wanted to end his life on his own. He wanted to choose a place where no one was around to end his life. But in the end, Chu Wuhan was still killed and swallowed by that demonic god. Yes, the demonic god locked onto that old god whose strength had plummeted in advance and didn't allow him to escape. He attacked thunderously and killed him in front of an abyss. He refined all of his divinity granules and ancestral Taoist matter on the spot. The flying rhinoceros's scalp went numb as he muttered. He didn't dare to look at Chu Feng. He was so scared that he almost went limp. Little Taoist, whispered Chu Feng. He really felt very pained. Even though this son of his had repeatedly opposed him, he was still his son in the end. Moreover, from the carvings on those rocks, Chu Wuhan was very affectionate, yet he actually died so miserably. What kind of god is Chu Wuhan? Asked Chu Feng while enduring his grief. He calls himself the Celestial Venerable and not a god. Everyone calls him the Celestial Venerable, answered the golden rhinoceros cautiously. Demonic god, I'm going to kill you and exterminate your entire clan. At this moment, Chu Feng was almost demonized. His eyes were incomparably deep and almost pitch black. The voice he let out wasn't very loud, but it was bone-piercingly cold as it invaded one's bones and soul. It was too painful. The little Taoist died very miserably. In the end, he couldn't even end his life on his own. He was targeted by the new god and was swallowed alive. My son, whispered Chu Feng. Then, he suddenly faced the sky and roared loudly like a great demon king. I'm going to bathe this world in blood and exterminate the entire vicious beast plateau. You gods deserve to die. This kind of declaration and this kind of terrifying voice shook this region. The mountain rocks on the ground rolled and the soil cracked. The four-winged flying rhinoceros was so frightened that its entire body trembled. It immediately knelt down and said in a low voice, "Don't shout anymore. If someone hears it and His Majesty the demonic god finds out, we'll all die. We won't be able to live on." It was unknown how much time had passed before Chu Feng gradually calmed down. He descended to the ground with the golden rhinoceros and asked, "Have you heard of a woman called Qin Luoyin?" "I've heard of her. I think she's the Celestial Venerable's mother. She died very early." "What about Yingzhixian?" "I've also heard of her. Back then, she and the Celestial Venerable's mother were called Peerless Beauties. Their names shook the world." Chu Feng casually asked. He listened to the old events of the past and thought of those people. Over 800 years had already passed in this world in the few days he had spent. He felt incomparably regretful and sad. Things remained the same, but people had changed. His heart was sorrowful. Chu Feng abandoned the four-winged flying rhinoceros and turned around to rush toward the millstone region. He disappeared from the wasteland in a split second and passed through the hilly region before arriving at this quiet land again. As he stood in front of these rocks and looked at the words engraved with the wind and frost of time, Chu Feng found it difficult to control his emotions. His entire person was absent-minded and his heart was truly in too much pain. Not long ago, he rushed out from this place. He was still doubtful and still had some hope. He wanted to prove that those things that happened were illusory and fake. However, reality was so cruel. After the scars were opened, it was bloody and even more painful. No matter what, Chu Feng found it hard to accept. It was too sudden and he wasn't mentally prepared at all. The impact on him was really too great. Tears blurred his eyes. In a daze, those people's voices, faces, and smiling faces appeared before his eyes again. But they were all dead and had already passed away. This caused Chu Feng's heart to ache as though his heart had been scratched by the sharp claws of a large bird of prey. He was trembling and his soul light violently undulated. It was flickering indeterminately. He wanted to roar and shout loudly between heaven and earth. How could it be like this? Those people and those things seemed to still be yesterday. But after a short separation, when he returned, the blue sea had already turned into mulberry fields. Things remained the same, but the people had changed. There wasn't a single person left. Even his son, who had always opposed him, had already perished. Furthermore, his ending was so miserable. He couldn't see them anymore. Once they parted, it was 800 years. It was a parting of death. Those people had thoroughly dissipated from this world. Chu Feng let out a low roar. Soon after, he roared loudly again, shaking this part of the world. After that, he raised his fist and smashed it towards the sky. He couldn't bear it any longer. He wished he could immediately kill his way to the vicious beast plateau and kill the demonic god. At the same time, he really wanted to kill the martial god with his own hands. But even this kind of enemy had died in the passage of time, and he couldn't see them anymore. Not a single one of you survived. Why has the vortex that returned to our own universe disappeared? Chu Feng's breathing was hurried. If that vortex still existed, these people could return even if they died. They could still reappear in their original universe. But now, once they died, they would truly disappear forever. He wouldn't be able to see them again in this lifetime. This kind of pain and this kind of gloomy and sorrowful feeling was hard to describe. Chu Feng let out a loud roar. He wanted to fight with people and kill until the end of time. He didn't want to be immersed in this kind of sorrow. His roar filled the entire world. It was like a lone wolf howling in grief and howling at the moon. In the end, he came back trembling and stood in front of these rocks where the engraved words were left behind. He used his hand to stroke them and carefully touched the words on the ice-cold rocks. It was as though he was stroking one fresh and lively face after another. Those people appeared before his eyes again. He didn't speak for a very long time. He was silent with soul tears hanging on his face. In the end, stone fragments swirled in the air. He engraved words on the bottom of every rock in response to the messages he left back then. Every single one of them condensed his heart's blood and contained his emotions. It was as though he was seeing those old friends again and was conversing with them. The cold, tranquil, and otherworldly Ingzhixian, the mischievous and eccentric silver-haired Lolita, his good brother Ouyang Feng, who always looked at people with slanted eyes, and Qin Luoyin, who was unhappy all her life and was looking in the direction of the millstone at the last moment of her life, Chu Feng was conversing with them as he engraved words on the rocks. He told them everything in his heart and communicated with them. He felt as though he had crossed over life and death and cut apart yin and yang to see them again. For a moment, tears filled Chu Feng's eyes as he felt great sorrow. He was really hurt and in great pain. He felt as though the entire world had withered up. There was no longer any joy or smiling faces, and the sky was dark. Stone fragments swirled in the air as he responded to those messages one by one. In the end, when he saw the little Taoist's handwriting and thought about how miserable his death was, Chu Feng felt stifled in his heart and couldn't help but sigh. He kept on engraving until the ground was covered in stone powder. It was as though he was conversing with father and son across time and space. He wrote down the family heirloom treasure that the little Taoist couldn't forget and had always been thinking about. He told him where it was hidden in the starry sky. All of a sudden, Chu Feng felt something peculiar. He spread out his divine senses and discovered a cloud and mist floating in the distant sky. Son, since you're so concerned about the treasure, it's useless even if I engrave it for you to see. You can't sense it in the underworld, so I'll burn it all for you. Chapter 8:23. The red magma glowed and emitted blazing heat energy. It roasted the nearby rocks and soil until they were all red. Chu Feng burned all of the rock engravings he had left for the little Taoist. The red liquid flowed all over the ground like molten iron, gurgling forth and spreading across the ground. Son, slowly study them underground. This is our Chu family's most precious heirloom. It contains world-shocking secrets that even the powerhouses of the Yang realm would be envious of. Comprehend them well. After these words were spoken, it seemed as if some kind of emotion appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if someone was really listening nearby, and there seemed to be endless regret that was slowly dissipating. Child, look carefully, said Chu Feng. However, at this moment, a radiant light flashed through his eyes as he swept his gaze over the cloud and mist in the distance. The cloud in the sky was very agile as it floated into the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, Chu Feng suddenly moved. He rose from the ground and rushed high up into the sky. He arrived between the clouds and mist in the blink of an eye. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed forward as he attacked the cloud. Gee, caw caw! A strange cry came from within the cloud and mist. It first sounded like a frightened chick crying out in alarm. Then, it sounded like a crow flapping its wings and crying out in panic. There was an eagle in the cloud and mist. Its entire body was golden without a single strand of discolored feathers. It was as if it was carved out of gold and carried a panicked expression. This was a young bird. It wasn't very big and was only about half a foot long. However, its breed was out of the ordinary. The blood energy around its body was actually very dense and far surpassed that of similar birds of prey. Uncle, don't kill me. I'm just passing by and saw that someone could actually approach the millstone. I was curious, so I peeped from afar. I don't have any evil intentions and I don't dare to. This golden mutant bird let out a clear and obviously immature voice. It seemed that it was indeed a golden mutant eagle that hadn't matured yet, as it continuously begged for mercy here. Chu Feng stared at it again and again. Then, he grabbed it in his hand and swooped down to the ground with a whoosh. He stood on the hill outside the millstone area. Interesting. Chu Feng held this young bird in his hand and finally evaluated it like this. His expression was calm and his eyes were very deep with a faint divine light. Uncle, I'm scared. Don't kill me, okay? The young bird begged, its voice tender and trembling. Its eyes were clear, but there was a hint of panic in them. It begged Chu Feng to be magnanimous and not kill it. Chu Feng smiled, and then suddenly stopped smiling. He flicked his finger on the young golden bird's head, causing it to scream miserably. A huge bump appeared on its head, and it swelled up on the spot. It hurts, it hurts. Chio, uncle, don't kill me, don't eat me. Huang is still young and hasn't grown up yet. His meat isn't tasty. Let me go, woo. This young bird had golden feathers, a tender voice, and a pitiful and delicate appearance. It was indeed very easy to move those with a heart of stone. However, Chu Feng was unmoved. He held the bird in his hand and didn't look sympathetic at all. Instead, He turned the bird around and examined its body. It's useless to act pitiful. Chu Feng wasn't moved. After a moment of careful examination, he used his yin and yang qi and turned into a beam of light. He rushed out of this area and arrived at the wasteland. Then, 2 beams of golden light shot out from his eyes. He used the fiery eyes to search for the 4-winged rhinoceros, wanting to find it again. You're quite clever. You still want to escape? With a cold smile, Chu Feng's figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. It was as if he had teleported 5 kilometers away. Then, he moved again and disappeared from where he was. It was as if he had shrunk the earth to inches. The mountains and rivers were all under his feet. With a slight movement, the vast land would be pushed back. Boom! The sound of explosions and boiling energy rang out like thunder in this wasteland. It cut through the deathly silence and broke the tranquility. With a swoosh, Chu Feng appeared in front of the 4-winged flying rhinoceros and stopped it. Senior, please spare me. I never had any intention of offending you. I was very respectful to you not long ago and answered all your questions. Why are you here again? This flying rhinoceros trembled and couldn't even speak fluently. It had a frightened look on its face. Chu Feng stretched out a hand and pressed down on its head. He directly pressed it down to the ground from midair, and looked at it with a cold smile. Interesting. Both of you are golden and appeared in this area at the same time. You have similar interests. Senior, what do you mean? I don't understand. The flying rhinoceros was scared. Its eyes were flustered as it retreated continuously. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why do you want to escape? Chu Feng asked it. The 4-winged flying rhinoceros answered, I saw that you were actually able to move freely in the millstone area when you displayed your might. Moreover, you once threatened to slaughter demonic gods and flatten the vicious beast plateau. I'm really afraid and want to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Chu Feng laughed and said, You have a reason and a basis. But you're so flustered and can't even speak fluently. Why are your thoughts still considered clear? You purposely show fear, but you're actually very calm, aren't you? No, I'm really very afraid. I'm worried that you're an existence that wants to slaughter a god. I'm afraid that I'll bring trouble upon myself, so I want to escape. The flying rhinoceros became more and more afraid. All right, you still want to deceive me. You're really capable. Speaking up to this point, black lines appeared on Chu Feng's forehead and he said, This is the first time I've been tricked by someone in my entire life. Moreover, I was so miserable. Not long ago, my emotions fluctuated violently and I was heartbroken. You guys are really capable. He thought of his mournful mood not long ago as well as the appearance of glistening teardrops. He was dejected when he saw those carved words. Now, he really wanted to hit someone and go crazy. He knew that he had been tricked. Everything wasn't true. What kind of person was Chu Feng? The entire starry sky knew of his great reputation as a trafficker. He was addressed as Great Demon Chu by a group of saint children and goddesses. He could see through the truth if there was even the slightest flaw in this matter. Earlier, he was confused because of his concern. Now, he was completely sober. Little Taoist Chu Nan Chu Wuhan, I'll beat you to death. Chu Feng flew into a rage and directly grabbed that young bird. Ah! Senior, why are you grabbing me? I'm so scared. The young golden bird was trembling with fear. Its voice was tender and had a terrified expression. Its pure big round eyes looked at Chu Feng, appearing incomparably pitiful. Little brat, your biggest flaw is that you shouldn't have come out too early. What kind of person am I, your father? My divine senses are so sharp that even the slightest movement in the wind can appear in my heart. You actually dared to hide in the clouds and peep. Do you think that you can hide from me just because you've grasped the supreme secret technique of your previous life? You're also confused because of your concern. You care too much about the family heirloom. There was anger on Chu Feng's face. After all, He had really been deceived at the very beginning and had fallen into a huge pit. Of course, the main reason was because he had a strong first impression and cared too much about those people. Uncle, I don't understand what you're saying. Don't eat me, okay? I'm really scared, the young golden bird wailed. Its voice was tender and weak. Its big eyes blinked and it looked like it was about to cry. It looked at Chu Feng pitifully with a very innocent appearance. Senior, is there some misunderstanding here? We really don't understand. The four-winged flying rhinoceros also opened its mouth. It was shivering with fear. Chu Feng kicked the flying rhinoceros away. He stared at the young golden bird and said, I admit that your previous life's secret technique is very impressive. It can almost deceive my fiery eyes. However, my fiery eyes still feel that you're a little abnormal. Even if I can't see anything for a moment, I can still feel that there's a problem with the soul light in your body. You transformed into a bird to deceive me? When he said this, Chu Feng started to ruthlessly knock the young golden bird's head. Ah! It hurts. Stop. Senior, you've mistaken me for someone else. Chu Feng gnashed his teeth and said, The most hateful thing is that you actually found a scapegoat, a bull scapegoat, to deceive me together with you. The more Chu Feng spoke, the angrier he got. After that, he slapped the flying rhinoceros's body. It also let out a blood-curdling screech and flew out with a half-kneeling posture. It was a scam from the beginning to the end. Now that I think about it carefully, there are many flaws in it. Chu Feng was so angry that he actually fell into the little Taoist's trap. It made him fly into a rage out of humiliation. He said, You carved so many words on the rock. You put in so much effort and stirred up the true meaning. Everything you did was to pave the way. In the end, it was only to draw out the matter of the family heirloom. It seemed to be mentioned carelessly, but it's the main point. You deceiving brat, I'll beat you to death. Crackle. Chu Feng didn't say anything further. He started beating up that young golden bird right away. He really took care of it to his heart's content. This young bird let out blood-curdling screeches unceasingly. It flapped its wings and rolled its eyes right away. It was about to stop breathing. Stop. Stop. The young golden bird cried out and said, Everything is just your conjecture. You've wrongly accused me. Uncle. You can't treat a bird's life as grass. Motherf *****. Your biological father has fallen to the position of uncle? I'll beat you to death. You won't give up until all hope is gone. You're asking for a beating. Chu Feng beat it up again. For a moment, golden feathers swirled about in the air. Ah, stop. What proof do you have? Don't kill a good bird for no reason, the young golden bird cried out. What proof do I even need? I had a feeling in my heart and came to a realization in an instant. It's enough as long as I detected a flaw. That's because I'm your father. I don't need proof. After Chu Feng finished speaking, he held it upside down and directly smacked it ruthlessly. Ayo! Great Demon Chu, stop. Father, stop. Don't blame me for being impolite if you hit me again. I'm going to resist. The young golden bird struggled and howled. The little Taoist didn't hide anymore because he felt that this father of his was too ***king uncouth. He didn't even bring any proof before grabbing him and beating him violently. If he continued to pretend, he would only suffer losses and be beaten for no reason. It was better for him to lay his cards on the table earlier. He also felt a bit of a headache encountering such a father. Not long ago, he was still immensely pleased with himself. His grand scheme of swindling his father was very heaven-defying and everything was going very smoothly. In the end, the plot had reversed in such a short period of time. He was swindled instead and suffered such a fat beating. Chu Feng glared and panted heavily. After hearing the little Taoist admit it with his own ears, he really wanted to smack his buttocks into mush. This was really swindling in name and in reality. He was truly ashamed and resentful when he thought about how he had actually been tricked not long ago. This was the first time in his life, so he really wanted to violently beat this brat up. You're really something. You must have put in quite a bit of effort to carve words on the rock. You even created an atmosphere of great sorrow where the whole world was silent and the seas were turning into mulberry fields. You're really something. Also, you actually hired an ox for me to wait nearby. You got an ox to support you and formed a team to swindle your father. One ring after another, all linked together. When he said this, the more Chu Feng thought about it, the angrier he became. Crackling sounds rang out as he madly beat this young bird again. After that, he also captured that flying rhinoceros with a wave of his hand and beat it with all his might. This was a Motherf *King support, but they actually cooperated very well. They even tricked Chu Feng and tricked him. This made him very unhappy and gave him a round of violent beatings. Stop beating me. My body is going to rot if you keep beating me. Father, old devil father, stop right now. Let's have a good talk. The little Taoist howled. He felt gloomy. He couldn't swindle his father, but now he had fallen into a pit instead. This round of beating really wasn't worth it. He was aching from head to toe as he grimaced in pain. The four-winged flying rhinoceros also wailed in grief as he loudly cried out for injustice. Senior, these things aren't related to me. It was the little Taoist who threatened and intimidated me into doing this. Moreover, he still has a wisp of soul light that entered my flesh. Those words were all said by him. The little Taoist shouted, "Stop beating me, father! You black-hearted devil! When you discovered that something was amiss, you immediately burned the secrets of the family heirloom into magma. I didn't *King see anything, yet you're still beating me? You sly old fox, stop. I, your father, am only 14.5 years old. My talent hasn't even blossomed yet. My little lotus has just revealed its sharp horns, yet you dare to say that I'm old? I'll beat you to death." Chu Feng continued to beat him without any hesitation. He punched the baby bird and kicked the rhinoceros as he vented his anger here. "You'll be struck by lightning if you act young. I know your background. Even my biological mother has told me." The little Taoist was anxious as he said, "Father, stop. This baby bird is a spirit egg that I discovered with great difficulty. It hasn't been long since it hatched, but its flesh and blood are quite compatible with my divine soul. Don't break it." Chu Feng finally stopped because he felt that the little Taoist's soul light was very little. Something wasn't quite right. After that, the little Taoist revealed the truth under his interrogation. This was merely a wisp of soul light that he left behind and could be considered an incarnation. His true body's soul light wasn't here and was with Qin Luoyin and the others. The main reason he left behind a wisp of soul light was because he wanted to refine a useful corporeal body. At the same time, he was also swindling his father. "Oh my, why are you hitting me again? Stop, father. We can be considered to be even this time, all right? You tricked me on the reincarnation road and snatched my black talisman paper. Now, an eye for an eye. After you return my talisman paper, we won't owe each other anything anymore. Of course, you're still my biological father." The little Taoist admitted defeat because he was beaten until he almost didn't have any temper left. But Chu Feng was still in a bad mood. He found out from this brat's mouth that the little Taoist, this swindler, had really put a lot of thought into it. When he was carving the words on the rock, he deliberately made them old so that they looked like the traces of words that had been there for several hundred years. He spent all kinds of effort just to swindle him. "How much time has passed now in the end?" asked Chu Feng. "More than a year," answered the little Taoist. The flow of time in that narrow space, that was over 2,500 kilometers long behind the millstone, was different from damning Pure Lands. Compared to the Vicious Beast Plateau, it was equivalent to over a month in a day. At this moment, Chu Feng was still in a very bad mood. The main reason was because he was beating a clone of the little Taoist now, and it wasn't his true soul light at all. "Lead the way," ordered Chu Feng. "Where to?" asked the little Taoist. "To find your true body," said Chu Feng. "What do you want to do?" The little Taoist had a guilty conscience and was a little scared. "I'm naturally going to beat up the real you." Chu Feng felt that he had been cheated very miserably. He was actually tricked into shedding tears by this little Taoist. He felt that it was a little embarrassing. In the past, no one could torment him like this. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Even his old face was red as he said, "Son, I'll beat you to death," said Chu Feng. Clearly, this was the preparation for his true body. The little Taoist's clone shrunk his neck. He felt that the situation was far from reassuring and didn't want to lead the way at all. He didn't want his true body to be beaten up. "Father, as the saying goes, people who aren't family don't enter the same house. Don't you think that the two of us are very similar?" When Chu Feng heard this, his nose almost became crooked from anger. After tricking his own father, he still dared to say that the two of them were very similar? He directly grabbed the little Taoist's neck and forced him to lead the way. He wanted to beat someone up and beat that scourge to death. Chapter 8:24. Chu Feng admitted that the little Taoist was a talent. He almost tricked him and actually made him cry. He was truly gratified to have such an unfilial son. He couldn't get up. Chu Feng's cheeks burned as his son tormented him to the point of tears. He really wanted to beat this son of his until the very end. "Boundless deity, father, we have to talk. What you're doing is wrong. You didn't raise me, yet you beat me the moment we met. What's the matter? I even hesitated for a moment and didn't immediately urge my mother to get married." Unfilial son. Chu Feng beat him again. They returned to the millstone area. Chu Feng snatched the little Taoist's spatial bracelet and put away the rock on which the little Taoist had carved his words. "What are you doing?" The little Taoist was scared. "Didn't you describe all of this? You said your mother was still calling out damning Pure Land's name at the last moment of her life. She was also muttering my name. Let her take a look." "No." The little Taoist jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. These were all things he had done by himself. He dragged those people to endorse him for no reason. If he were to be exposed now, he definitely wouldn't just be beaten by Chu Feng alone. He would be beaten up by Qin Luoyin, Ying Zhixian, and Ouyang Feng's group. That was because the things he wrote were too rippling. For example, in his description, Ying Zhixian's hair was as white as snow. She was deeply in love, but she had an introverted personality. She didn't say a word at the last moment and only stared blankly in a certain direction. "Not bad, it's written very well." Chu Feng read it from beginning to end and nodded in satisfaction. He said it was very in line with Ying Zhixian's character. "Boundless deity, father, you're not kind. You want to borrow my power to provoke my mother and Fairy Ying. This won't do. I'm the scapegoat, and you're the one who's getting the benefits." The little Taoist was anxious. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this father of his was too shameless. He clearly wanted to provoke the fairy, but in the end, he didn't need to say much. It was enough to take out a few stone tablets, and he even seemed deep and steady. He stomped his feet. Why didn't he think of this? This was too deceitful. The little Taoist cried out, "Immeasurable deity! Father, you can't trick me like this. I'll be beaten to death. Let's not talk about Ying Ernyang, just that uncle alone would be jealous to death. He would skin me alive." "What did you say? The second son of the Ying family still hasn't given up on his sister?" Chu Feng asked. "That's right. I often celebrate there by myself. I say that you won't be coming back and that I wish you a safe journey. I'll burn joss paper for you on New Year's and other festivals." The little Taoist blinked his big eyes as he said this, shifting his hatred. You mentioned Mount Eternal when you were carving the words. Did that group of people really come? Chu Feng inquired. He was somewhat doubtful. They really came. The ancestral demon cauldron opened up a path. This group of people are truly evil. We never thought that we would be able to meet them. Come to think of it, they're quite powerful. They've been accumulating food and haven't exposed themselves. Apart from us, no one else knows about them. However, according to the little Taoist's narration, those people weren't truly content with their lot. At the very least, Yao Yao had once taken action and ransacked Ling Weiho's residence. She snatched away all the divine beast blood and moved away all the rare and precious items from the treasury. Ling Weiho almost went crazy. This was indeed an extraordinary shame and humiliation. He still didn't know who did it and only suspected that it was a shameless battle general from the moon goddess side who had committed the crime. You've always been so low-key and didn't reveal your identity. Are you plotting something big? Do you want to illuminate the heavens here? Chu Feng suspected that Yao Yao wanted to risk her life and frantically improve herself. Oh right, why do you skim over Mount Eternal every time you mention it and don't talk about it in detail? Chu Feng was suspicious. The people from Mount Eternal were so powerful, especially Yao Yao who dared to ransack their enemy Ling Weiho, yet the little Taoist actually didn't mention it. They like to be low-key. Moreover, I don't like to talk about others behind their backs, the little Taoist said in all seriousness, but his expression was somewhat unnatural. Tell me, what's going on? Chu Feng asked him. The little Taoist was bashful as he narrated the hidden story. The first time they met, he could tell that Yao Yao was extraordinary. He immediately went forward to worm his way into her good graces and called her auntie. In the end, he was beaten up so badly that he couldn't take care of himself for half a month. Chu Feng was speechless. No wonder the little Taoist had a fearful expression and wasn't willing to mention Yao Yao. He was afraid of her because he was beaten up. The little Taoist was still unconvinced now and said, I gave her enough respect out of kindness and ranked her above Ing Zhexian's second mother. I respected her as auntie, but in the end the more I talk, the more I cry. Are you stupid? Chu Feng educated his son and said, in the past, not only was her strength disdainful of all races, but she was also known as the #1 beauty under the starry skies. You called her auntie the moment you opened your mouth. Isn't this easy to cause misunderstandings? It's obvious that you're calling her old. You should call her dearest mother directly and call her Lord Mother. The little Taoist looked at him with a look of disdain and said, Father, I find that you're so shameless. You don't dare worm your way into her good graces, do you? You want me to explore, scout, help you pick up and take the blame for you? Nonsense, didn't I see that you suffered a loss? I'm seriously educating you. Chu Feng said righteously and repeatedly told the little Taoist that he might as well give it a try next time. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of myself for a month next time. As they left this place, Chu Feng asked the little Taoist about their experiences in the past year. This year, we've suffered. We've been chickens and ducks, drifting from place to place. We've experienced the helplessness and desolation of wasting half a lifetime. Speak human language. To put it simply, it was very miserable in the beginning. We were often hunted down and our souls hid in the bodies of roosters and wild ducks to take shelter to avoid the enemy. This was a common occurrence. We yearned for a beautiful life amidst the hardships and endured bitterly all the way. The little Taoist was smug. Chu Feng was so angry that he kicked him. The four-winged flying rhinoceros followed and was treated as a mount. It was very obedient and had long since been subdued by the little Taoist. Not long after, the little Taoist summoned a fiery red bird on the wasteland. Its feathers were bright and beautiful and very eye-catching. Without a doubt, this was also a support prepared for Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression was unkind and he wanted to beat him up again. 10 days later, Chu Feng and the others approached the temporary resting place of Qin Luoyin, Ouyang Feng, and Ing Zhixian. It wasn't Vicious Beast Plateau but this wasteland. Furthermore, this area was adjacent to the abyss. There were two most powerful forces in this world. One was the deities on Vicious Beast Plateau, and the other was the divine beasts in the abyss. Both parties often had conflict. We've been very low-key recently and have been living in seclusion. We're in the cracks between the two great forces, the little Taoist introduced. The wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see and the area was vast. Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Shihong, the Winged Godhead, the White Phoenix Clan's young master, the Golden Heavenly Spider, and a group of people like them are also active in this area. We can occasionally meet them. The little Taoist informed them that those who came from the same universe weren't having a good time. Now that a year had passed, many people had turned into a rain of light and returned to damning Pure Land through the vortex. The rest were hiding and accumulating strength. Those who survived aren't simple. They might have connections with the divine beast. So much so that some people used our world's breathing techniques and wonderful techniques to exchange for divine beast blood. Recently, we're preparing to move and won't stay here any longer. That's because Yao Yao's mother might be coming. We seriously suspect that she wants to loot the divine beast's offspring. This area will most likely be in chaos. Chu Feng was speechless when he heard this. According to what the little Taoist said, Yao Yao's current spiritual power was increasing rapidly. She had crossed 5 lightning tribulations in a row last time, and this had already tied the record of the deities of the past. Furthermore, this was under the circumstances that she didn't have a physical body. It was truly heaven-defying. Chu Feng frowned deeply when he heard this. He was now very fearful of the mutant technique, especially the little Taoist's rock carvings. It terrified him. Even though it was said that the little Taoist had directed and acted on his own, this youngster wasn't writing randomly. It was mixed with his worries, and the strange matter in his later years made the father and son duo tremble with fear. Even though what he had experienced not too long ago was just a farce, it still touched Chu Feng's soul. Even though he had obtained the little 6 rays of time technique, he was now hesitating whether or not he should continue practicing it. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "Now that everyone is practicing the mutant technique, their strength is increasing very quickly. Don't tell me that we're not afraid that those deities' terrifying later years will also happen to us?" "Yes, we're also worried. We've been very cautious this year and didn't really dare to use the mutant technique. According to our deductions, it's not a big problem to increase part of our strength here as long as we don't sink too deeply into it. In addition, we've been exploring the real situation of the abyss here this year. We're preparing to tell my mother Yao Yao that if she's strong enough, she can take action and pluck the divine medicine. The divine medicine of this world was certainly incomparably heaven-defying because it was full of yang qi and its medicinal properties were firm and fierce. It wasn't a problem for it to surpass the divine medicine of the netherworld by a grade. But Yao Yao is operating the mutant technique so frantically. What will she do in the future? Chu Feng was worried. He knew that Yao Yao wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible so that she could fight a heaven illuminator after returning to her own universe. There's a legend here in the abyss. Countless years ago, the supreme divine beast leader among the divine beasts left behind a lump of 9-colored blood that could baptize all gray matter. This legend moved the hearts of the gods of the Vicious Beast Plateau. In the past, they had killed their way over many times but to no avail. We've arrived. The journey was very smooth as they arrived at their destination. This place was a hilly area that wasn't very far from the Abyss region. Normally, very few people from the Vicious Beast Plateau would come here. "Oh my, are you a human or a ghost?" They had just approached this region when a black swan jumped up. At first, it was still pretending to be elegant as it leisurely strode its swan steps, but now, the black feathers on its entire body were standing on end as it flapped its wings. It was rather excited after seeing Chu Feng. With this shout, the others also appeared. Father, you've returned. Your complexion isn't bad. My mother misses you to death. The most active one was the little Taoist's true body, Soul Light. His face was full of smiles as he spoke corny words. He completely wanted to drag his mother into the water and divert the damage that could possibly cover the sky and cover the earth. He was rather guilty. When he saw Chu Feng return with his identity as the young golden bird, he stuck out his buttocks and was prepared to run away at any time. Son, come here. Father misses you very much. Chu Feng ran forward. He was itching to pinch his true body immediately and beat it with all his might. Father, wait a moment. I'll go and dig a great medicine for you. It grows in the back of the mountain. We'll meet again. The little Taoist was especially slippery as he turned around and ran. But with a whoosh, he was immediately fixed in place by Ying Zhixian's five-colored divine light. The little Taoist immediately cried out miserably, "Mother, save me!" After that, Chu Feng went forward and opened his arms wide as he walked toward the Ying sisters and Qin Luoyin. Ying Wuti was also there. Ying Wuti's eyes emitted green light as he looked at him with an unkind expression. "Brother-in-law, please stand to the side." Chu Feng directly pushed him to the side without the slightest trace of politeness. Ying Wuti, yen% and hashtag. He felt that he lacked a sense of existence. "Brother-in-law, you've finally returned. We all thought that an accident had happened to you. My brother often burns joss paper for you, saying that you'll be comfortable down there," said the silver-haired little Lolita. After that, she immediately leaped up and gave Chu Feng a passionate hug. At the side, Ying Wuti's face immediately turned green. Wasn't an elder sister enough? His younger sister was also sticking to the great demon Chu Feng like this. This made his eyes shine with a glossy green light as he seethed with killing intent. "It's great to be able to see all of you," said Chu Feng full of emotion. He was too emotional when he thought of the little Taoist's carvings. At the very least, he experienced the parting of life and death at that moment, as well as the boundless sorrow, sentimentality, and regret. After that, he walked forward with a thick skin and wanted to give Ying Zhixian and Qin Luoyin a passionate hug too. The two girls cast sidelong glances at him and quickly retreated. Ying Wuti cut the cue decisively and glared at him. "Hey Chu Feng, you've forgotten your friends in the face of love. What good things did you bring back?" asked Ouyang Feng. "The things I brought back are too world-shaking, so we might not dare to cultivate them. However, I still have some small gifts for all of you." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he took out rocks with words carved on them from his spatial bracelet. Furthermore, he took them out one by one and gave them to them in private so that they could communicate with each other. Ah! The little Taoist immediately let out a blood-curdling scream upon seeing this. Chapter 825. What's the meaning of this? Ouyang Feng looked at the rock Chu Feng had gifted him. He looked at it again and again as he pondered over its meaning. After that, he put away the rock and arrived in front of Ying Wuti with swan-like steps. With a solemn expression, he said, "I'll raise your wife myself. You don't need to worry." Ying Wuti was stunned at first, but then he flew into a rage. He grabbed Ouyang Feng's swan neck and wanted to fight to the death with him. Immediately, the place was in chaos as the two of them began to fight. F***ck me. You're a sister complex and a vinegar jar. Stop. This was written by the little Taoist. I just want to ask you for guidance. Stop. Ouyang Feng shouted. The two of them didn't stop fighting. On the other side, Chu Feng was whispering to Qin Luoyin as he gifted the rock to her. He had a very peaceful expression as he inquired about her well-being with a face full of smiles. Qin Luoyin lowered her head to look at the words carved on the rock. She was stunned at first, but a chilly expression appeared on her face. Soon after, her face turned slightly red. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said nothing. She turned into a beam of flowing light and appeared in front of the little Taoist. She grabbed his ear and gave him a beating. Ouch, it hurts. Mother, stop hitting me. There's still a group of people behind waiting to hit me. Be gentler. The little Taoist cried out miserably. He understood the situation at hand and knew that a group of people wouldn't let him off. He had already anticipated what was going to happen. Unfortunately, he was fixed in place by the five-colored divine light and couldn't run away. Otherwise, he would have fled a long time ago. Ouyang Feng's black swan feathers were in a mess. He flapped his wings and carried a black tortoise shell on his back. He was as fierce as a bald dog as he roared, "Chu Nan, I'll beat you to death, you little bastard! You actually dare to slander me for seducing sister-in-law." Qin Luoyin's expression darkened at the side. She wanted to beat Ouyang Feng and the little Taoist together. The little Taoist shouted, "Brother Ouyang, let's talk this out. We're very close. Calm down first and don't get agitated." Bah! Ouyang Feng spat out a mouthful of soul saliva and pressed the little Taoist down. He gave him a good beating and emphasized, "Nephew, I'm your uncle. Ouch, this grandpa Taoist is dying of pain. Jun Tuo's son, you better stop right now. Otherwise, I'll settle things with you later. Don't think that I can't beat you. If Grandpa Taoist unleashes his might, none of you will be my match. Little bastard, you still dare to threaten me." Ouyang Feng pressed him down and rubbed him. The little Taoist was terrified at once and said, "Uncle Ouyang, stop. I'm convinced." On the other side, Chu Feng was happily chatting with Ing Zhixian. He was very concerned as he asked her about her circumstances over the past year. At the same time, he also gave away the rock that was related to her. Ing Zhixian's temperament was ethereal and she wasn't tainted by the world of mortals. But after she carefully looked at this stone tablet now, her face actually turned crimson. After that, she directly smashed the rock onto the little Taoist's head. "Ah, second mother, are you going to kill someone? It hurts so much." The little Taoist rolled all over the ground as he pretended to be terrified. Ing Wudi walked over with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because the little Taoist had repeatedly carved words on the rock saying that he was an older sister complex. He believed that this had completely ruined his reputation. "Uncle, what reputation do you still have? You can ask around. Who here doesn't know that you're attached to your older sister?" The little Taoist was stubborn like a dead duck. Ing Wudi was terribly angry. He rolled up his sleeves and gave the little Taoist a painful beating. "Uncle, the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent and the shore is at hand." "Hey, you're still not going to wake up?" The little Taoist actually wanted to give Ing Wudi a severe warning. Ing Wudi's face immediately darkened as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Say another word? Why don't you try hitting me again?" challenged the little Taoist. Bang! "Oh my, you're really hitting me? Uncle, being attached to your older sister is an illness that needs to be treated." The little Taoist threw caution to the wind and was stubborn until the end. However, he quickly lost his balance because he saw his father holding two rocks and talking to his mother and Ing Zhixian in a gentle and soft voice as though they were communicating about something. The little Taoist's morale was bad. This shameful father of his was really using his carvings to flirt with people. He was simply going to be angered to death. He was getting beaten up here and his father was charming and gentle over there with ripples on his face. He was too hateful and too shameless. After that, Ing Xiaoxiao came over to denounce him and said, "Little Taoist, you described my older sister and sister Luoyin as being affectionate and righteous. They were still thinking of Chu Feng at the last moment of their lives and it made people's hearts ripple a little. Why is it that when it's my turn, you just skimmed over it in one stroke and didn't describe it in detail?" After that, a small fist smashed into the little Taoist's eye socket, making him shriek miserably. F***ck, the little Taoist wanted to curse. What was this? He didn't criticize the silver-haired little Lolita, but she was unhappy instead, so she came to beat him up. He was truly speechless and wanted to ask the heavens if there was still justice in this world. "You can't really be thinking of becoming my little mother, right?" he asked recklessly. After that, a fist as big as a big bowl came crashing down. Ingwoody was still there, so he decisively made a move and violently beat him up again. Ugh! It hurts so much. Stop, I'm convinced. Mothers, uncles, I apologize. It's all my fault. All of you, please stop. This place couldn't calm down for a very long time. Chu Feng didn't hide anything as he narrated his experience on the other side of the stone millstone. He mentioned that several hundred corpses of gods were strewn across the ground and everyone's expressions changed. So what if he became a god? In the end, he still couldn't escape death. Moreover, his later years were so miserable as he was entangled by the gray matter for his entire life. He died with his eyes wide open and was truly tragic. Wow, brother-in-law, you've grasped a god-grade special technique and the highest inheritance of 6 gods? The silver-haired little Lolita's large eyes shone. She was fairly excited when she heard what Chu Feng had obtained. Don't be so happy. I'm asking you guys, do you really dare to cultivate it? Chu Feng had a grave expression. He was becoming more and more fearful now. He had obtained a lot in this world and obtained the strongest god's special technique, but he didn't dare to continue cultivating it. Ingzhixian was very rational and very calm as she said, "This is a very serious problem that needs to be faced squarely. We shouldn't sink too deeply into it as much as possible. Isn't it too regretful? It's a god-grade special technique. It's a secret technique that's destined to make one a god. It's placed right in front of us, yet we can't cultivate it. It's too vexing." Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "It's best not to touch this thing for the time being if we can. There's no harm in learning it after we find a solution. Besides, if we cultivate the breathing technique step by step, our spiritual energy can also increase to an extremely shocking level if 100 years really pass." Chu Feng had seen the miserable state of those gods after they died with his own eyes. Even the gods' blood carried a fishy stench and had a rotting smell. Gray mist pervaded the air, and he felt his hair stand on end. "Take care of ourselves," Qin Luoyin agreed, and tried not to come into contact with the special technique as much as possible. Everyone present nodded solemnly. In fact, this space was precious not because of the special technique, but because the flow of time was different from the original universe. "Oh right, did you guys discover the divine medicine near the abyss?" Chu Feng inquired. He was somewhat tempted. "Yes, that divine medicine can fly. It's full of strange phenomena and a strong fragrance assails our nostrils. It's too tempting. Unfortunately, we didn't dare to pluck it. We've been waiting for Yao Yao to come. I've decided. I'll start studying domains from now on." Chu Feng made up his mind. He felt that if he used the difference in the flow of time here to comprehend domains, it would be enough to break free from the shackles of the Domain Master realm and advance to the Grandmaster realm. In that case, he could pluck the medicinal herbs on the Bloody Mountain Peak or the Abyss without a hitch. In that case, his attainments in domains would improve and his strength would also improve greatly after plucking the medicinal herbs. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, there wouldn't be any strange substances entangling him, so he didn't have to worry about a calamity descending upon him in his later years. The more Chu Feng thought about it, the more he was moved. "Bring me to the abyss to take a look." He decided that he wouldn't cultivate the little 6 rays of time for the time being unless it was absolutely necessary. He hoped that day would never come. "All right, let's go and take a look together." Ouyang Feng led the way and the others followed. The little Taoist was finally no longer being beaten up. He had a bitter expression on his face. Although it was said to be adjacent to the abyss, it actually required 6 to 7 days of travel. That was because there were divine beasts in the abyss. They didn't dare to get too close for fear of being seen through. 7 days later, they arrived at a bizarre place along the wasteland. A huge abyss lay across them. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. It was pitch black, as if it could swallow people's souls. It was extremely vast, like a vast black ocean. This is only one of the 6 abysses. It's relatively quiet here and no one usually comes close, Qin Luoyin explained. Chu Feng nodded. He could already smell a faint medicinal fragrance after arriving here. There were specks of light at the bottom of the abyss, and the cries of birds could be heard from time to time. Chu Feng opened his golden eyes and looked carefully. There seemed to be a vermilion bird circling below. It was fiery red and brilliant. According to them, that was a divine medicine that could fly into the sky and tunnel into the earth. There's no one guarding this place? Chu Feng was astonished. This abyss is rather special. An extremely ancient existence is sleeping here. It doesn't need to be guarded and normally doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders. That's why it's very quiet, Ying Zhixian informed him. The other 5 abysses were completely different. Not only were there underground cities, but there were also medicinal fields and market squares. They were usually very lively. Does the divine beast cultivate a special technique? Chu Feng asked. Some cultivate so their lifespans are very short, but some don't cultivate. For example, the ancient existence sleeping here doesn't have the so-called strange old age. It has lived for a long time and made everyone afraid. Of course, not cultivating a special technique meant that it had to endure a relatively long period of ordinary life and watch others soar into the sky while it could only slowly advance. However, the divine beast's innate talent was astonishing. It would definitely grow up in the end. The divine medicine at the bottom of the abyss would occasionally turn into a small red bird and fly out. It would spread its wings and soar, filling the air with medicinal fragrance and leaving behind a large scarlet and sparkling rain of light. Unfortunately, it's very cautious and we can't catch it. Ouyang Feng's eyes were fervent. He was almost drooling over the divine medicine at the bottom of the abyss. There were at least 2 or 3 divine beasts living together in the other abysses. This was the only place where a divine beast lived alone. It was reported that it might be a divine bird, the vermilion bird. It was precisely this race that lived here all year round. Their blood essence and aura nourished the divine medicine. The outside world guessed that the vermilion bird race had a sparse population and their bloodline was getting fewer and fewer. They were on the verge of extinction, and the only remaining old vermilion bird was sleeping all along. It was thinking of a way to continue the bloodline of this race as much as possible. If I cast a technique here, I won't alarm that old vermilion bird, right? Chu Feng asked. It'll be fine as long as you don't cause too much of a commotion. That divine bird has been sleeping for many years and won't wake up for a while, said Ouyang Feng. Chu Feng rose high into the air and activated his fiery eyes. He stood above the abyss and looked down. 2 golden beams of light emerged, but they didn't rush into the ground. They turned into dazzling runes. He was already sufficiently adept at using this kind of divine ability now. There was no need for the light to explode and alarm all directions. This abyss was too deep and extremely vast. The underground was vast. Chu Feng felt that it was at least several hundred kilometers deep. After that, he searched carefully and finally sensed something. That was, his pupils contracted as he saw a nest on a stone wall. There were living beings there. Upon closer inspection, an old bird's feathers were about to fall off completely, revealing its aged body. It didn't move at all and didn't have the slightest aura of life. It lay there as if it had already passed away. What shocked him the most was that there were a few red birds in the nest. They were all very small and had bright red feathers all over their bodies. They tottered as they tore apart a python to eat. Quasi-sage, Chu Feng was shocked. That python was already dead, but the energy pervading the golden horn on its head was absolutely incomparably powerful. He suspected it to be a quasi-sage. Who was this? The vermilion bird race didn't have any descendants. The information was clearly wrong. Chapter 8:26. What did you see down there? Ouyang Feng stretched out his neck and tilted his swan head as he peered into the dark abyss. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Chu Feng's expression was solemn. He clearly told them that this place wasn't ordinary and that the outside world's guesses were wrong. It was not until they were far away that Chu Feng began to narrate in detail. What? An old vermilion bird whose feathers are about to fall out? I can't sense its breath, and there are no signs of life. Most importantly, there are a few little red birds. This time, I have a great opportunity. Ouyang Feng was about to cry. You didn't hear the main point. Those little vermilion birds are eating the flesh of a quasi-sage python. Chu Feng was incomparably solemn. This meant that the old vermilion bird didn't seem to have any life, but it was definitely still alive, and it was extremely terrifying. The food it chose for its heir was a bit ridiculous. Wow, I rarely eat quasi-sage ferocious beasts as ingredients, the silver-haired little Lolita cried out. Chu Feng propped his forehead with his hand. He felt that Jun Tuo's son and the silver-haired little Lolita were too insensitive. What were the two of them paying attention to? Qin Luoyin said, There's no doubt that the old vermilion bird has entered his later years. He's conserving his strength, similar to hibernation. He'll only wake up when he needs to hunt for food for his young. She had revealed the truth. That old vermilion bird really didn't have much life left. After the little Taoist was beaten up, he had been listless these past few days. Now, he finally became spirited and said, What a great fortune! After the old vermilion bird passes away in meditation, we'll go down and adopt a divine bird. When the time comes, we'll each have a vermilion bird as a mount. Boundless deity, just thinking about it makes me excited. You have to know that this kind of divine bird is too rare and has a noble bloodline. This is an existence that dares to fight against the gods. The more the little Taoist spoke, the more excited he became. When the time comes, I will naturally sit on the vermilion bird's back and soar above the 9 heavens. At that time, I will possess the layout and aura of a celestial venerable. That makes sense. When the time comes, I'll let the vermilion bird help me pull the carriage. Ouyang Feng nodded. The silver-haired little loli blinked her big eyes at him and said, Aren't you a divine bird yourself? Oh right, you're a female, right? When the time comes, I'll find a young male vermilion bird to be your Tao companion. You'll definitely be very happy. Ouyang Feng, #yen%. He really wanted to quarrel with Ing Xiaoxiao, but when he saw that dark-faced man with an older sister complex glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey and looking like he wanted to stand up for his younger sister, he endured it. This grandpa is a man. Also, Ing Wudi, you used to be a pretty boy. Have you eaten yourself to death recently? Your face is so dark every day. Ing Wudi had a serious expression on his face as he said, Am I as black as you? I'm black from head to toe. F***ck, I don't want to talk to you anymore. Ouyang Feng strode away with his swan steps. He was so angry that he turned his head and ignored him. It's difficult. It's very dangerous there. Qin Luoyin spoke. She was apprehensive of the abyss and wasn't very optimistic about their idea of adopting a vermilion bird. Chu Feng nodded, expressing his agreement. This was an old vermilion bird that was ridiculously powerful. It would definitely pave a path of retreat for its descendants, or else how could it leave this world in peace? A thought flashed through Ouyang Feng's mind and he said, I just remembered something. Recently, there have been other people who have been asking about the vermilion bird's abyss. Last time, there was a group of people who passed by our dwelling and even asked about it. This startled everyone, as they had a premonition of the seriousness of the matter. The other divine beasts of the abyss, or the gods of the vicious beast plateau, are aware of this place, and are most likely gathering information. It's very likely that they'll make a move against this place. Xian deduced. A divine bird was about to die. There were too many good things on its body. In addition to the divine medicines and scriptures collected in its residence, even the gods would be tempted. The most crucial thing was that once this kind of creature was subdued and nurtured, its combat strength would be unimaginable. It might even be stronger than the gods themselves in the end. That means we're directly out of the game? The silver-haired little Lolita was unresigned. How's that possible? Where there's a will, there's a will. Even if we create an opportunity, we have to take away a young vermilion bird. Ouyang Feng rubbed his palms together. Boundless deity, we still have a chance for this kind of matter. With this deity's experience of roaming the world, this old vermilion bird isn't simple. Perhaps it'll give all the gods and divine beasts a pleasant surprise. When the time comes, we might not necessarily be able to adopt a young vermilion bird, but we'll definitely be able to collect quite a lot of divine blood. The little Taoist judged that a battle between gods was most likely going to happen here. The blood of divine beasts and gods would spill onto the earth. Xian nodded and said, "It's possible that the old vermilion bird will fake its death or take the initiative to detonate the crisis in advance. I think it'll most likely drag some divine beasts and gods along with it on its deathbed." A scene of the future emerged in front of everyone's eyes. The old vermilion bird had an heir and was about to die. This was a major matter that would lead to bloodshed and chaos. Ouyang Feng cried out, "Oh no! We have to hurry back and tell Sister Yao Yao not to loot the vicinity of the abyss no matter what. This place is about to become a land of trouble." According to their previous contact, Yao Yao might come to the abyss. Even though they hadn't confirmed which divine beast heir she was going to loot, the divine medicines here were definitely very tempting. On the way, Chu Feng said, "We have to be prepared at all times. When the time comes, a great battle will break out between the gods, divine beasts, and divine birds. Heads will definitely roll and divine blood will splatter everywhere. We have to ponder over this carefully and see whether it's more worthwhile to lay dormant here to collect divine blood or to directly plunder a god's lair or another divine beast's abyss. Father, the older the ginger, the worse it gets. You have criminal genes from head to toe and you're rotten from head to toe. We're still thinking about how to toss and turn around here, but you have great foresight. You've already used your sharp criminal vision to see through millions of kilometers away. I'm impressed. Unfilial son, come over here. I'll beat you to death." Chu Feng chased after him. Boundless deity, this little Taoist will make a move first. The little Taoist stuck out his buttocks and took a stride with his pair of short legs as he broke into a mad dash. He had grasped a secret technique from his previous life and had always been very arrogant. He believed that he wasn't weaker than others even when he was just born. Upon seeing this, everyone could only chase after him from behind. This nephew of mine really isn't careless. His pair of short legs run really fast. After flying for half a day, Ouyang Feng was so tired that he stuck out his tongue like an old yellow dog and panted heavily. He couldn't stand it any longer. The little Taoist could draw support from the qi of the earth and easily traversed dozens of kilometers with a single step. He was really too fast. Even though his short legs weren't long, he was extremely fast. The others were very tired. If Ying Xiaoxiao didn't have her sister's 5-colored divine light to carry her, she would have definitely fallen behind and disappeared long ago. They chased after him along the way and at the same time, the little Taoist's blood-curdling screams were accompanied. After all, he was too young in this life and didn't have enough stamina. After he was caught by Chu Feng, he couldn't avoid being hung up and beaten. By the time they returned to their original dwelling, it was already 6 days later. They were much faster than when they left. They decided to wait here and meet up with the people from Mount Eternal to inform them of the abyss's current situation. They couldn't act rashly, and reap the benefits of others was the right way. Something's wrong. There's something here. Ouyang Feng was vigilant. After that, they saw a lame old fox. One of its forelegs had disappeared and half of its hind leg was left. Its eyes were golden, but its fur was dim, and almost all of its fur had fallen off. Furthermore, the latter half of its body was almost petrified. Some parts of its body had turned into rock, including that lame leg. What demon is this? The little Taoist jumped up. Based on his instincts, he felt that this old fox whose fur was about to fall off wasn't ordinary. Boundless deity, this poor Taoist greets you. This lame, yellow-furred old fox's face was full of kindness. The little Taoist was disgusted. He was also from the Tao race, but a lame fox with golden eyes was reciting the same Taoist name as him. This made him feel disgusted. Great immortal Hu, you should recite Amitabha instead. The little Taoist felt a toothache as he looked at this yellow-furred fox. He didn't have the nerve to recite boundless deity himself. This poor Taoist is suffering. Now even my Tao race identity is about to be stripped away. The old fox sighed. At this point, the rims of its eyes turned red. What was going on? The few of them were at a loss for a moment. All right, don't cry. I'll allow you to recite deity. Tell me, what's your identity? Why did you run over to our dwelling? What's your objective? Inquired the little Taoist. Sigh, it's fine if I don't say my identity. You guys won't believe me even if I say it. The lame fox shook its head. Say it. This old Taoist is thick-skinned. No matter how incongruous your words are, I can face them with a smile. Fine, believe it or not, it's up to you. This poor Taoist is a deity of the Tao race. I once overlooked the ups and downs of the world, and watched the common people struggle for survival. I didn't expect that I would also become an ant in the mortal world one day. How lamentable! The yellow-furred old fox had a very sorrowful look on its face. Its pair of golden eyes, in particular, showed the aura of the vicissitudes of time. It was as if it had experienced such a long time. Speak human language. Ouyang Feng was the first to shout. Great immortal Hu, are you trying to use the art of charm on us? It's useless. The little Taoist couldn't take it anymore. He recited boundless deity every day. In the end, an old fox ran in front of him today and said that he was a deity. Wasn't this kicking his face? This poor Taoist knew that you guys wouldn't believe me. It's fine if I don't mention it. The past will be gone with the wind. There are times when a deity also turns into soil. What's there to not see? The lame old fox shook his head. The little Taoist and Ouyang Feng naturally didn't believe him. But Chu Feng was shocked because he saw that other than a petrified broken tail on the back of this lame old fox, there were still 8 scars. This meant that he was at least a 9-tailed celestial fox? As a result, Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Since you're a deity, how did you end up in this state?" I was abandoned. The old fox smiled miserably. Why was I abandoned? I'm not the only one who was abandoned. Even this world has been abandoned. It's your suffering to be born in this world, and it's your misfortune to end up in this world. If you dwell here for a long time, you'll die very miserably in your later years. The little Taoist curled his lips and said, "Fraud, this kind of method of yours is what this poor Taoist left behind from back then. It's not worth mentioning. Who doesn't know that cultivating special techniques doesn't have a good ending in one's later years? Don't pretend to be a deity anymore. Never mind. It's fate that we met. This poor Taoist will perform a divination." The yellow-furred old fox narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. He suddenly raised his head and said, "This is bad. There's going to be great chaos in the vicinity of the abyss. There will be a battle of gods within 3 days, and the effects will be widespread. Everyone should avoid the calamity. At that time, there will most likely be exceptional divine birds sweeping through the world. The few of them were all stunned. If this lame fox dared to perform a divination like this 6 days ago, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. But after Chu Feng personally witnessed the old vermilion birds stayed in the abyss, he couldn't help but be fearful now. "Oh, little scholar, there will most likely be a bloody calamity today," the lame fox said as he stared at the little Taoist. The little Taoist raised his head and said in disdain, "Who are you lying to? Are you going to say that you'll help me resolve this, and then make me give you some incense money? I'm very clear about this kind of thing. Why don't you take a look at who I was in my previous life? My professional knowledge is more exquisite than yours. This poor Taoist never lies. When I was in the world of the living, the various divine kings wanted to request a divination from me but couldn't. Today, I took the initiative to offer a divination, yet I was slighted by you. Forget it, forget it. Fate has come to an end. I'll bid farewell here." After saying this, he moved the lower half of his petrified body with difficulty and was about to leave this place. Moo! It was at this time that a loud bull's roar came from the horizon and shook the surroundings. "Hee-haw, hee-haw, Lu Feiyang, the proud son of heaven of the aristocratic family of the Nanjiang River, is here. May I ask, who in the world can contend against him? Thieves, come over and kowtow." Chapter 8:27. The number one in the world is here. He has been unhindered for 20 years. Who can resist him? A donkey's voice rolled in the distance. Moo! At the same time, a black light swept through heaven and earth along with the bull's roar like a huge mountain. It was a black yak with a huge physique. He was as fast as lightning as he fought fiercely with someone. "How dare you bully my brother? Get your weapons and attack." Ouyang Feng was the first to shout. He rushed forward and actually saw the old donkey and the black yak. He was originally going to find them. Chu Feng didn't say anything after seeing this. He directly rushed toward the horizon and swept out his yin-yang light to bombard those enemies. Those attackers were a group of roving bandits. There were humans and vicious beasts among them. They ran amok in the wasteland and were all very fierce. If it wasn't for the black yak and the old donkey being valiant, they might have been killed. Behind them, Ing Zhixian, Qin Luoyin, and Ing Wudi also moved out. They came from the same cosmos, so they naturally had to help. The little Taoist braced himself and went forward. He saw that there were 5 or 6 uncles in the group. Fortunately, not all of them came. Otherwise, just shouting along the way would have given him a headache. "Moo, Chu Feng? Is he a human or a ghost? Didn't they say you threw yourself into the millstone to commit suicide?" The black yak cried out strangely and jumped up in excitement. When they learned that Chu Feng had disappeared some time ago, it was like a bolt from the blue. It made them very worried for a moment. Threw himself into the millstone to commit suicide? Chu Feng's face darkened. Who was spreading rumors? He looked at Ouyang Feng and the little Taoist before sweeping a glance at Ing Wudi. He reckoned that the 3 of them couldn't escape. Hee-haw, you scared Grandpa Donkey to death. I thought I saw a ghost in broad daylight. Ha, Brother Chu Feng, I'm so happy to see you. I didn't think we'd meet again in this land of the fallen. It's fate. I was scared to death when I heard you threw yourself into the millstone to commit suicide. I felt that life was meaningless, but now I finally have the courage to continue living. The corner of Chu Feng's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he reprimanded, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're making it sound like I'm having an ambiguous relationship with you. Do you think you're a peerless beauty that can topple a city?" Old Donkey laughed dryly and explained, "No, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that the heavens don't even want a scourge like you, yet you're still able to come back alive and kicking. This is truly a great encouragement to us. Good people like us rarely sell saints' sons and goddesses. We'll definitely be able to live longer. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. Do you want me to have a taste? Chu Feng sneered at it. Preposterous. Do you all think this one is made of paper? Flirting in front of me, all of you deserve death. The leader of the bandits shouted. It was a mammoth, covered with long, golden fur. It was huge, and as it galloped, the ground quaked and the mountains shook as it charged toward Chu Feng. F***ck, what kind of eyesight is that? Which eye of yours saw Grandpa Donkey flirting? As a member of a scholarly aristocratic family, Grandpa Donkey has always been very orthodox. My aesthetic standards are also very normal, okay? He propped up a pair of large ears and bared his teeth as he said, I like those with large ears and strong, snow-white teeth when they smile. It's best if they're from the Pegasus race. If that doesn't work, beauties from the unicorn race will also do. Are you questioning Grandpa Donkey's aesthetic standards? Chu Feng wanted to kick him to death and send him flying. As for that mammoth, it immediately turned around and charged toward Old Donkey. Its pair of tusks glowed and transformed into two secret treasures that flew out. They flickered with cold light as if they were going to split open the void. Chi. At the crucial moment, Ouyang Feng made a move. He was very loyal and helped Old Donkey block two curved blades as he fought the bandit leader. Brother, quickly attack. There's a golden body expert here. Even further away, the Manchurian tiger howled as it frantically fled. At this moment, Ing Zhixian and the little Taoist had also charged over. Chu Feng didn't hesitate as he was afraid that something would happen if he delayed any longer. He rushed toward Ing Zhixian and requested to join hands to use the wonderful Seven Treasures technique to end the battle quickly. Chi. The two of them flew together and streaked across the sky like a gorgeous rainbow. They sprinkled down a large expanse of light rain with terrifying might, and the bandits below continuously screamed miserably. It was only a wave of attacks, but a dozen or so people lost their lives. Go! The mammoth was greatly shocked and turned around to run, but it was already too late. Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian were like a pair of immortal companions as they crossed the sky and swept down a gorgeous multicolored light to kill him. His enormous body immediately exploded and turned into blood and bones. The group of bandits was terrified and their faces were pale as they scattered in all directions. In the end, they were chased and killed, and 90% of them died here. Brother, I missed you to death. It's good that you're all right. The Manchurian tiger and the horse king also rushed over and hugged him passionately. In addition, there was also the Mastiff King, Old Donkey, and the Big Black Yak. A total of 5 people rushed over. Brother, it's good that you're all right. It's a cause for celebration that you've returned safely. The Big Black Yak also went forward and hugged him warmly. What kind of technique did Chu Feng and your sister use just now? Was it the legendary flying together and having telepathy? Or was it a pure dual cultivation technique? The old donkey asked Ing Wudi in a low voice. Ing Wudi's face turned purple, but he restrained himself from getting angry. When everyone met, they were naturally incomparably enthusiastic and lively. It took a long time before they calmed down. In the end, Chu Feng asked, "Where's Yao Yao and the others?" Princess Yao discovered traces of a divine beast's heir and brought some people over to discuss some follow-up cooperation matters, the Horse King informed. What kind of cooperation? Chu Feng was curious. She most likely wants to borrow some divine beast blood from the other party, the Manchurian tiger replied with a serious expression. Chu Feng was speechless. They were going to rob the divine beast's heir, so why did they have to speak so elegantly? They weren't outsiders. The Manchurian tiger said, "Cough, isn't this? Sister-in-law is here? I'm afraid it won't be a good influence, so I chew on my words and try not to speak so boldly." If this was called elegance and chew on words, wasn't it all plain talk? Oh my, nephew Gu is becoming more and more handsome, The old donkey enthusiastically went forward and greeted the little Taoist. He immediately picked him up and bared his teeth at him with a smile. The little Taoist also smiled. After all, he was being praised. Look, don't we look like uncle and nephew? We're too faded. We both have the same long ears and snow-white teeth. Just looking at us is pleasing to the eye. The little Taoist's little face immediately darkened. Motherf asterisk cur, what kind of expression is that? They look like nothing. The big black yak finally said something fair and said, "Don't mess things up. Nephew Gu is so handsome, how can you compare to him? Do you see? His face is slightly dark, and his skin color is similar to mine. People of our type all possess healthy and honest exemplary temperament." The little Taoist's face darkened even more as he looked at the big black yak with an unfriendly expression. "You're already dark from head to toe, yet you still have the nerve to say that I'm the same type as you? Are you praising or cursing?" The big black yak nodded further and said, "Look, Nephew Gu's face is even darker. It's becoming more and more in line with my heroic temperament. His small appearance is too handsome. I can't help but recall myself when I was young when I saw him." "All of you, shut up. How can you praise people like this? Don't speak if you don't know how to speak." The Horse King berated them and walked forward while rubbing his shiny bald head. He revealed a good-natured smile. The little Taoist immediately became vigilant and rushed to say, "I have a head of jet-black long hair. I'm not bald, so I don't look like you. Look, Nephew Gu is so smart that he's scared from your praise. He's giving me a warning in advance. Don't worry, your Uncle Ma is meticulous." How can I speak so crudely like this bunch of uncouth men? Nephew Gu is indeed beautiful. Look at that small cherry mouth and those rippling eyes. They're practically... At this point, he looked at Ing Zhixian and said, "He's too similar to Fairy Ing. They're practically identical. In the future, he'll certainly be as handsome as Jade and become the #1 handsome man under the starry skies. Both mother and son have outstanding elegant demeanors, like immortals descending to the mortal world." The Horse King was immensely proud of himself after he finished speaking. He believed that he had a godly boot-licking skill. If the old Ma family dared to say that they were #1 under the heavens, no one would dare to say that they were #2. As a matter of fact, he even praised his child's mother. However, everyone present was petrified and relatively silent. Qin Luoyin and Ing Zhixian, in particular, had slightly darkened charming faces and wanted to beat him up. The little Taoist silently turned around. He felt that the injury he received was even more severe than before. This group of uncles were too unreliable. "What's wrong with you guys?" The Horse King still hadn't figured out what was going on. He asked Ing Tian and said, "Brother Ing, don't you think so? It's also your Ing family's fortune to have such a biological nephew and biological sister's child." Ing Wudi's complexion turned from black to green. Even his eyes were oily green as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Shut up." The Horse King straightened his neck and said, "F***ck, what do you mean? Are you looking down on our Earth? We're also one of the top 10 planets now, and our families are well matched. It's not an injustice for the Ing family's fairy to marry into Earth. I know, you have the face of a typical feudal parent. You want to break up a pair of lovebirds, but no way. We already have a child, so what are you going to do?" The Horse King chattered as he showered Ing Wudi with a torrent of dog blood. His soul-light saliva splattered everywhere and was even fiercer than a toad's as it sprayed all over Ing Wudi's face. "Stop!" Chu Feng hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, a fight would definitely break out here. After the Horse King found out the truth, he almost turned around and left. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. He clearly saw Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian flying side by side and displaying their dual cultivation technique. So how could the child's mother be someone else? This was too outrageous. They didn't take care of old people like them who had been single for several hundred years at all. How could they endure this? I'm sorry. This is. Ahaha, nephew eldest is too similar to Goddess Luoying. He's 90% like his mother and 10% like his father. No wonder he's so handsome. However, the scene was too cold. The two women ignored him. In the end, it was the little Taoist who changed the topic and said, "Eh? Where's that crippled old fox, Celestial Venerable?" After they returned, their figures were nowhere to be seen. They had already escaped without a trace a long time ago. As expected, you're a swindler. You want to trick me into saying there's going to be a bloody calamity? How is that possible? The little Taoist was still mumbling to himself at first, but after hearing that Yao Yao wasn't far away, he felt that with such a valiant aunt who made him dizzy, no one would dare to hurt her. For this reason, he even specially sought confirmation from the big black yak and the old donkey whether Yao Yao was really about to arrive. "I reckon she'll arrive as soon as she borrows the divine blood." The Manchurian tiger nodded and answered with certainty. Yao Yao was about to arrive. The little Taoist let out a long sigh and said, "I'm relieved now. There definitely won't be a bloody calamity." However, Chu Feng's eyelids were twitching wildly. His conjecture was the complete opposite of his own. He reckoned that, if the little Taoist really were to encounter a bloody calamity, it would be because of Yao Yao. He was somewhat regretful. He shouldn't have taught the little Taoist. In a while, if he really saw Yao Yao and randomly recognized him as her relative, it would be fine if the little Taoist encountered a bloody calamity, but even he might encounter a bloody calamity. Both father and son might be dealt with, and that would be terrible. Chu Feng warned him before the battle, "Son, I'm telling you, when you see Sister Yao Yao in a while, you must respect her. Don't speak carelessly. Do you understand?" Chapter 828. How could he not be worried? Chu Feng stared at him, feeling that he was a fraud. "I'm telling you, you have to think clearly about some things. You really can't say it now. Do you understand?" Chu Feng warned him. "Boundless deity, when I roamed the world's #1 forbidden land, you weren't even born yet. I've seen all kinds of women. I've befriended the princess of an immortal dynasty and the daughter of a divine king, not to mention this." The little Taoist was bragging, but he didn't dare say the word Yao Yao in the end. He was still afraid after being taught a lesson last time. "Okay, I'll tell Sister Yao Yao about this in a while. Let's see how you explain it," the silver-haired Lolita said, giggling. "Don't, Auntie, dear Auntie, don't harm me." The little Taoist's face turned green and he finally lowered his stance. Whoosh! At the end of the world, a brightly colored light flew over. It was too fast, like a shocking rainbow traversing the wasteland. In the blink of an eye, it reached this area. Yao Yao had arrived with people from Mount Eternal, such as the old Grandmaster Wu Qifeng, Zhou Quan, the old Lama, and the great demons of Kunlun. She was the most lively. After being nourished by the yang energy of this world, she was much more spirited. Her figure was slender, graceful, and somewhat languid. She giggled and blinked her big watery eyes. "Oh my, this is... Demon Chu, you've resurrected?" She was the first to shout, her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. "Brother!" Zhou Quan and the others ran over to meet Chu Feng. They were very excited. "Brother, it's good that you're alive. You're too bold. Don't recklessly charge into the reincarnation millstone next time." The group was incomparably passionate and enthusiastic. After meeting Shi and the others, Chu Feng looked up at Yao Yao. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and she had become more and more peerless. Apart from her stunning beauty, the confidence and elegance of being unrivaled among her peers in the universe had completely blossomed. Yao Yao had fought a lot in this world for more than a year, and every time, it was a battle above her level. At this moment, although she was slender and elegant like a fairy descending to the mortal world, she also had a kind of arrogant temperament. Her beautiful eyes slanted, and she was simply like a queen. Yao Yao. Sis. Chu Feng greeted her. He wanted to call her Yao Yao, but he was afraid of getting beaten up. After thinking about it, he added the word sis. Is this still the outrageously thick-skinned great demon Chu? Why are you so reserved? Lady, she giggled as she teased him. Sister Yao Yao is peerless in her generation. One look and I can tell that she has the air of an empress. I can't help but become serious. If it were you, yeah, you'd be the same. Chu Feng walked over and made his move as fast as lightning. He rubbed her smooth and soft beautiful hair that was formed from soul light. Lowly Chu, you dare to touch me? You're looking for death. Young lady, she immediately jumped up. Everyone in the back was speechless, especially Qin Luoyin and Ing Zhixian. The corners of their mouths twitched as they felt that Chu Feng was too miserable. He was being called Lowly Chu in front of his son. The silver-haired Lolita Ing Xiaoxiao laughed happily and said, Waha, Sister Shi, your conclusion is too accurate. After returning to his youth, Great Demon Chu can really compare to me in terms of tenderness. The little Taoist's eyeballs turned. He could see that his father didn't dare to be impudent toward Yao Yao, but he wasn't afraid of anyone else. Miss Shi, your father said that he's always missed you and Princess Yao Yao, said the little Taoist. Chu Feng's nerves immediately tightened. This deceiving unfilial son really couldn't stay idle. He was a bit regretful. He should have sealed him up first and made him shut up. Young lady, she shouted, Bah! Little fellow, I think you're trying to trick your father. You really think I can't tell? How dare you call me Miss Shi? Waha, your little face is too chubby. Sister Yao Yao, pinch it and see. She pulled Yao Yao in, so the little Taoist didn't dare to dodge. He allowed young lady Shi to pinch his little face and then knead it into the shape of a pig's head. He was rather dissatisfied, but he could only endure it. The surrounding people wanted to laugh. They already realized that this little Taoist really didn't have a good idea and wanted to trick his father. But in front of Yao Yao's powerful aura, they actually didn't dare to say much. How have you been this year? Yao Yao looked at Chu Feng with a smile. She was very calm and composed, and she even had a kind of natural self-confidence. I've been pretty good. I just miss you guys a bit, replied Chu Feng. The little Taoist's big eyes rolled around. He found it strange that his father, the great demon, was actually so dutiful and didn't dare to reveal his true form in front of Princess Yao Yao. He was more and more certain that only Yao Yao could subdue his father and ruthlessly knead him. He became excited at that moment. Yes, little Taoist, what do you want to say? Yao Yao cast a glance at him. This. The little Taoist organized his words. Chu Feng didn't say a word. When he saw Yao Yao again, she even had a child. How could he not behave himself? True word technique, Yao Yao said softly. A beam of soul light flew out and landed on the little Taoist's body. Immediately, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly covered his mouth. His foundations in his previous life were astonishing, so he naturally knew many secret techniques. This true word technique was very rare and belonged to the category of rare divine technique. But he also knew it and had studied it before. Once this kind of divine technique was mastered and used on an evolver's body, it would certainly make him spit out the truth and involuntarily reveal his secrets. After that, the little Taoist couldn't control his mouth anymore. He directly said what he wanted to say in his heart. Auntie, ruthlessly knead my father. Press him to the ground and abuse him 1,000 times. F***ck. Chu Feng's expression wasn't good. As expected, this deceiving son of his didn't have any suspense. He had been holding back his evil plans all along and was really asking for a beating. Deity, save me. This auntie is too powerful. She wants to dig out the deepest secrets in my heart. How can I say everything? Won't I be beaten to death by my father later? How can this do? Suppress it with the speech suppression technique. The little Taoist wanted to activate a kind of divine technique, speech suppression, to resist and suppress the true word technique. Yao Yao's beautiful eyebrows jumped slightly. This brat was calling her auntie again? Heavens! Auntie, don't be angry. Ah, it hurts. Auntie is just a respectful title. Don't tell me you really have to call her like what my father taught you? You won't be angry, but I'm sure he's tricking me. I won't call her that even if you beat me to death. Oh my, I can't help it. There's a kind of demonic voice at the bottom of my heart that insists on making me shout like that. Dear mother, esteemed mother. At this moment, everyone was petrified and turned to look at Chu Feng. They really admired him from the bottom of their hearts. He dared to teach his son like this and take liberties with Yao Yao. Was he reckless? Chu Feng's face twitched. He felt that this deceiving son was shouting like this on purpose. At the crucial moment, Yao Yao realized something was wrong. She immediately took out a light screen and wrapped it around the little Taoist, isolating his voice from the outside world. At the same time, when Yao Yao looked at the little Taoist and Chu Feng again, her smile became more and more brilliant, but it made the little Taoist want to cry. At the side, Chu Feng's head was swelling. Once this damn true word technique came out, how miserable would he be? He looked at the little Taoist and discovered that ever since he had this son, he had always been unlucky. Could it be that he had really reincarnated to settle accounts? You guys chat. I'm going to patrol the mountains and see if there are any enemies nearby. Chu Feng ran away. He escaped without a trace in the first instance and abandoned his son without any spirit of loyalty. Waha, Demon King Chu Feng, you've got some guts. You actually dare to take liberties with Sister Yao Yao? Young lady, she shouted from behind as if she wished for the whole world to be in chaos. Chu Feng's head was swelling. This girl was obviously fanning the flames and then adding oil to the fire. If he dared to stop, he would definitely be beaten to death. Father, don't run. You're the one who taught me all this. The little Taoist shouted from behind. Of course, he was blocked by the light screen and only Yao Yao could hear him. With a whoosh, people saw Yao Yao soar into the sky with the little Taoist. She set out later but arrived first. She stopped Chu Feng and directly snatched him away, bringing him to the depths of the hilly region. Ah, boundless deity! Ah, the little Taoist confessed. It's all because my father threatened me. I'll confess. In the depths of the hilly region, the little Taoist cried out in pain. He answered every question and pushed everything onto his father. But with the true word technique, he could occasionally lie, but if he did it for a long time, he would definitely be full of flaws and give himself away. In the end, he would incur an even more severe punishment. Immediately, ghosts wept and gods howled. Io, my boundless deity, save me! That crippled old fox's divination was really accurate. As expected, I'll have a bloody calamity today. I didn't expect the prophecy would come from my esteemed mother. The little Taoist cried out miserably. Beside him, Chu Feng really wanted to say, accurate my A****. Why didn't he divine that he would also have a bloody calamity? If he had known earlier, he would have definitely slipped away in advance. Bang. Ah. I can't call you mother, and I can't call you esteemed mother either. You can't possibly want me to call you elder sister, right? The little Taoist wanted to cry but had no tears. Chu Feng was also very miserable, but he forced himself to endure. At the same time, he said, Yao Yao, elder sister, I've obtained 6 kinds of God-level special techniques. In addition, there's also the little 6 rays of time technique. In any case, you've already sunk deep into it, so I'll teach them to you and let you perfect them. With your astonishing talent, who knows, you might be able to figure out the complete 6 paths of reincarnation technique and finally solve the difficult problem of your later years. At the same time, I definitely won't allow you to be entangled by this strange matter, no matter where you go. When the time comes, I'll protect you from the heavens and the earth and ensure your safety. The little Taoist really wanted to despise this father of his. He was too cowardly and actually compromised at the beginning. Not only did he use all kinds of divine techniques in exchange, he even made that kind of oath. After that, he saw that his father had been released. After that, the little Taoist became dizzy and started to scream miserably because Yao Yao had started to fix him up with all her attention. There was no one to help her share the damage. He immediately became anxious. If this went on, he would certainly be beaten until he couldn't take care of himself for a month. Elder sister, the little Taoist is convinced too. Calling his mother didn't work, so he imitated his father and also went to call his elder sister. In the end, he was fixed up and screamed miserably. Princess, the little Taoist also has divine techniques. I had the aptitude of a deity in my previous life, and I was the center of attention in the heavens and the earth. My collection is very impressive, so I'll pass on a divine technique to you. 2. I want the strongest. Yao Yao finally opened her mouth and was all smiles from beginning to end. The true word technique was effective, but it involved the deepest secrets of the soul and would also encounter obstacles. At the same time, Yao Yao didn't really want to use it on him like that. They weren't enemies. As expected, the older the ginger, the worse it gets. The little Taoist cursed. His father was terrified at the first moment. It seemed he had made the right choice. He was beaten up for no reason, and in the end, he still had to hand over the divine technique. Not long after, the little Taoist came out full of resentment. His eyes were looking everywhere for his father. Ouyang Feng stepped forward and said earnestly, "Nephew, it looks like you still don't understand your father well enough. He'll definitely fight to the end if he can beat him. If he can't, he'll definitely escape without a trace and take the blame for your father, right? Apart from my father, there's still a lame fox. Do you guys see him? Hurry up and look for him," said the little Taoist with a grimace. "You finally understand. In the end, you put your father on the same level as the bad fox. It's not too late to understand." The big black yak laughed heartily. In the end, even Yao Yao was alarmed. She went to look for that petrified yellow fox, but in the end, she came up empty-handed. This shocked everyone. "My 2 younger sisters, come over here. I have some gifts for you." Yao Yao was very gentle. When she faced Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin, she had a smile on her face and talked harmoniously with them. After that, young lady, she also moved over. In the distance, when Chu Feng saw this, he decisively turned around and ran. It was definitely going to be chaotic when those people gathered together. He didn't think he could build a large harem at present. If he dared to join them even a little foolishly, he would definitely be beaten to death. Woo! In the distance, a bugle horn was blown. It was earth-shattering. Troops from the Vicious Beast Plateau appeared and were charging toward a certain direction. It was precisely the Vermilion Bird's abyss. The little Taoist said, "This is strange." The lame fox said there'll definitely be a divine battle within 3 days. He guessed it right again. "Uncles, we should make a move. Should we plunder the Vicious Beast Plateau's divine lair, or should we go to the Abyss Divine Beast's lair to pluck divine medicine? Everyone, decide." Chapter 829. Wu. A bugle horn shook the sky in the distance as a battle broke out. The people from the Vicious Beast Plateau had come to kill the creatures near the abyss. Chi. A 4-colored radiance soared from the horizon and illuminated the sky. This made the expressions of Ing Wudi, Qin Luoyin, and Ouyang Feng changed slightly. "What's wrong?" the Black Yak asked, puzzled. "These are people from our universe. Taoist Jin Lin, Winged Godhead, Shi Hong, and the others are asking for help," Ingwudi said. "Those people were also on this wasteland and weren't very far from this place. They had dealings with them on normal days and had once discussed that if one side was in trouble, the other side should actively provide assistance. Similar things had happened during this period and they had helped each other before. They're being attacked. After all, they're from the same world. We should go and help them," said Ingwudi. He came from the quasi-immortal race and was the successor of one of the top 10. Naturally, his relationship with this group of people could be considered alright, and he also needed to consolidate his relationship with them. The others hadn't said anything when the little Taoist was the first to respond to Ingwudi. With an impassioned look, he said, "Where the Tao is, I'll go forward even if there are millions of people. Saving people is a righteous cause." Chu Feng wanted to beat him up again after seeing how cocky he was. However, in the end, Chu Feng also nodded and said, "We evolvers have to be moral and righteous. Let's go and save people." Everyone looked at the father and son duo and was somewhat speechless. They immediately understood what they were thinking. These two wanted to temporarily escape from this place because they felt uncomfortable here. The little Taoist had just been taught a lesson and was afraid of encountering bad luck again. As for Chu Feng, his heart was still in suspense. The few women gathered together made him feel uneasy. "Charge! For our ideals, for our grand plans, for the sake of justice and friendship in the world, let's go and save people. Kill!" The little Taoist stuck up his little butt and called out as he ran forward. However, what made him feel awkward was that he was the only one who ran out with his short legs. The others, including his father, didn't move. This was simply a one-man show. "Everyone, please lend us a hand." Ingwudi cupped his fists and asked for help from those from Mount Eternal. In the end, everyone agreed. No matter what happened in the past, there was no harm in helping them since they had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. "You guys go ahead. I think I saw the old fox you guys were talking about. I'll go and meet him first," said Yao Yao. With that, she disappeared with a whoosh, disappearing without a trace at the ends of the earth. That old fox was still nearby? Everyone trembled with fear, especially the little Taoist. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets because he was fearful of that lame fox. He said he would have a bloody calamity, but in the end, he really did have one. Everyone moved as fast as lightning, passing through a large wasteland. Along the way, they discovered several groups of people fighting each other, but they did not participate. In the end, they arrived at their destination, a short mountain region in the wasteland. There were large amounts of people fighting here. The Winged Godhead, Golden Heavenly Spider, Taoist Jin Lin, White Phoenix Race's young master, and the others were all there. They were in extremely sorry state. They had previously seized bodies and merged into this wasteland, but now their bodies were in tatters, and their flesh was pretty much destroyed. "Turns out it's you all. Spirits, foreign ghosts, truly damnable. This one has been searching for you all for more than a year. Who would have thought that I would actually be able to see you all here? Haha, what a great fortune!" The one in the lead laughed loudly. He was Ling Weiho's fifth son and Pu Lin's older brother. In the past year, Ling Weiho had been badly battered. His youngest son, Pu Lin, had died, and his fourth son had also mysteriously died when he went to chase after those spirit. This made him fly into a violent rage. He wished he could bathe all the spirits outside Vicious Beast Plateau with blood, but those people had all disappeared and not a single one could be found. In particular, his Ling Weiho manor had actually been ransacked and his treasury had been emptied. This made him view it as an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Even now, he still didn't know who did it. If he knew that this was also done by the spirits in his eyes, Yao Yao, He reckoned his lungs would explode from anger. Little noble Master Putian, are these the Een spirits that killed your brothers? They don't look like much. Leave them to us to shoot them, said a divine archer with a smile. This time, the gods on Vicious Beast Plateau wanted to launch an attack on the Vermilion Bird Abyss. They mobilized a great army, and a portion of the feudal vassals advanced first to be in charge of clearing the obstacles on the road. Ling Weiho was in the expedition team, and his few sons were also mobilized. Among them, his fifth son, Putian, encountered Taoist Jin Lin and the others along the way. Yes, don't let a single one go. It's best if you can capture them alive and offer them to my father. Only then will he be satisfied, said Putian. The battle was getting more and more intense. Taoist Jin Lin, Shi Hong, the golden heavenly spider, and the others had made friends with many different species in the wastelands near the abyss over the past year. Therefore, they weren't fighting alone. There were more than 500 of their troops in this area. However, it was simply not enough in the face of the 3,000 cavalrymen under Putian's command. These 3,000 troops were all elites selected from the 30,000 great army. Chi chi chi. Arrow feathers streaked across the sky and light beams interweaved. A single volley from the divine archers would make those powerful evolvers scream miserably as they collapsed en masse. Even though Chu Feng and the others came in time and practically killed their way over at the first possible moment, they were shocked to witness too many people dying. The ground was covered in blood. Taoist Jin Lin's side had more than 500 people, but they were reduced to less than 100 people in the shortest time possible. More than 400 people had been shot and exploded. All in all, these rogue cultivators weren't enough in the face of an organized army of divine archers. Were it not for Jin Lin, Shi Hong, and the winged godhead being strong enough, they would have been shot and exploded as well. Besides, the reason they were able to hold on was related to Putian's order to capture them alive. Put down your weapons, kneel on the ground and surrender. We'll spare your lives, shouted Putian. The so-called divine beasts of the abyss are nothing at all. In the face of the gods of the Vicious Beast Plateau, they have lost more than they won in the past. You guys better be a little smarter, someone berated from the army's side. We're in big trouble. The big black yak felt his scalp go numb. This kind of organized divine archers were the hardest to deal with. There was simply no solution for rogue cultivators. Unless their strength far surpassed theirs, they could directly sweep through them. Otherwise, how could the other cultivators withstand a volley of divine archers unless a quasi-saint came? This place isn't bad. It has a natural magnetic field and a large number of magnetic stones. I'll go and set it up. After that, I'll join hands with Zhixian to kill them, said Chu Feng. After that, his soul light disappeared from this place and entered the ground to set up a domain. When Chu Feng appeared again, he called out to Zhixian. The two of them joined hands and quietly sneaked into the army. They suddenly displayed the wonderful 7 treasures technique. Bang! Gorgeous multicolored light erupted and killed more than 80 cavalrymen in an instant. Because they were standing too close to each other and were drawing their bows, they simply didn't guard against someone directly appearing in their ranks with the help of a domain. Where did these thieves come from? Shoot them to death. Pu Tian was furious. 2 people actually broke into his cavalry troops and flew together. They were seriously too arrogant. They dared to forcefully break into an organized archery squad. Kill them immediately. Not good. Fog has arisen. They've disappeared and spiritual power can't actually lock onto them, cried a divine archer. The 2 people had already disappeared without a trace. It's a domain. Let's retreat and leave this place quickly, shouted another person. Pu Tian's expression was unsettled when he heard that. He said, "Leave this place and use the domain-breaking flag to break open this so-called domain." What was the army most afraid of? Of course, it was domains. Even an army of 100,000 would be completely annihilated in a short period of time if they mistakenly entered a terrifying domain. However, the army also had relevant countermeasures, such as the domain-breaking flag. Chi. Bang. It was at this moment that Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian joined hands to attack again and suddenly appeared in front of Pu Tian. You guys, remember, the people who killed your sixth brother, Pu Lin, and your fourth brother are us. Now, we'll also send you on your way. At the same time, a multicolored light sprinkled down. Pu Tian cried out as he was blasted head-on and exploded on the spot. However, he had the death substitution talisman in his body and a wisp of his father's quasi-sage level soul light that erupted in an instant. However, this wasn't the first time Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian had dealt with it. They were rich in experience and completely eliminated Pu Tian in just a moment. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, the two of them joined hands and directly killed hundreds of people. The army was in complete chaos. When they rushed out of the domain's range, they discovered that the backbone had been killed. Although there were still over 2,000 people left, they were all routed. In reality, as long as this group of people reorganized and really dealt with Chu Feng's group, they would definitely have the absolute advantage. Unfortunately, they were caught unprepared. The leaders and some higher-ups died in the domain and immediately collapsed. In the distance, Ing Wudi, Qin Luoyin, the Black Yak, and the Manchurian Tiger had long since rescued Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Shi Hong, and the others. These people were all seriously injured and weren't in good condition. Let's leave this place first. If that army reorganizes and attacks again, our situation will still be very bad, said Chu Feng. These people were clearly stunned when they saw Chu Feng again. Hadn't he disappeared for over a year? They didn't expect to see him again today. At the same time, they also saw the people from Mount Eternal. Whether it was Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Shi Hong, or the Winged Godhead, they were all dumbfounded. How did you guys get here? The golden heavenly spider stuttered. They came from damning Pure Land, but these people weren't there. Hee-haw, this is Mount Eternal's back garden. How do you think we got here? The old donkey was immensely proud of himself. Who else? Asked Taoist Jin Lin. All of them are here, replied Chu Feng. Thank you, Brother Chu, for disregarding our former enmity and coming to our aid. Thank you. Jin Lin and Shi Hong saluted seriously to express their gratitude. Let's go to our other base camp. There are some troops from the Abyss there, so it should be safe, said the White Phoenix clan's young mistress. They were on good terms with the people from the Abyss. They had used their breathing techniques and wonderful techniques to exchange for divine blood with the Abyss disciples. This wasn't a secret, and Ing Wudi and the others had long since known about it. In the end, Chu Feng, Ing Wudi, the Black Yak, and the others escorted them on their way. These people were all seriously injured, and if they didn't send them on their way, accidents might happen. This was a mountainous area, a rare mountain area in the wasteland. It was a stronghold on the outskirts of the Nightmare Snake Abyss, and there were some evolvers with extraordinary strength overseeing it. It wasn't the first time Jin Lin, the Winged Godhead, and Shi Hong had come here, so they were very familiar with this place. The people stationed here also recognized them, so they let them in after a brief report. There were a few crude stone halls in the mountains. Normally, these were the places where the experts in charge of overseeing this place resided. Who's overseeing this place recently? Inquired Taoist Jin Lin. Master Yen Huang is overseeing this place, someone informed. A divine glow appeared in Jin Lin's eyes. Yen Huang was the fifth-generation descendant of the current divine beast, the Nightmare Snake. He had already entered the quasi-saint realm, and his strength was unfathomable. All of you, come in. Tell me what kind of trouble you've encountered. A gentle middle-aged man's voice came from the crude stone hall. It was Yen Huang, who possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. When they entered the hall, Chu Feng and the others looked up and saw a fair-skinned man sitting on the throne in the hall. He was looking at them amiably. Pfft! Suddenly, Jin Lin attacked and cutting Wudi in half. At the same time, Shi Hong formed a large golden palm and slammed it toward the black yak beside him. Caught off guard, the black yak was shattered into pieces. The winged godhead, the golden heavenly spider, the White Phoenix clan's young master, and the others also launched sneak attacks one after another. How dare you, you bunch of poisonous snakes! You're biting the hand that feeds you! Even the yellow cattle, who had the best temper, was furious at this moment. Even his eyes were red. The other party actually dared to do this. Jin Lin, you! Wudi simply couldn't believe his eyes. Jin Lin, who had formed an offensive and defensive alliance, would attack him. Moreover, their daily friendship was passable, yet Jin Lin had actually cut him in half. Chapter 830. At this moment, Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian were separated by a certain distance, so they couldn't use the wonderful seven treasures technique right away. As a result, they each used their own divine techniques to protect the injured. Jin Lin! Wudi shouted angrily. Right now, he was the one who was suffering the most. One might know a person's face but not his heart. His relationship with Jin Lin wasn't bad. They had known each other for many years and could be considered good friends. Normally, Taoist Jin Lin didn't fight and didn't do anything. He had the strength of character and temperament, and was absolutely excellent. In the end, such a modest gentleman was actually so shameless and feminine, and suddenly tried to kill him. Furthermore, they had gone through trials and tribulations together in the past. When one party was in trouble, the other would come to their aid. They cooperated well and trusted each other very much. Baldy, Amitabha Buddha, damn you! The black yak was also indignant. He roared as his shattered soul light reformed and was protected by yellow cattle. He was infuriated and depressed. He came here with good intentions to save someone, but in the end, he was repaid with enmity and was ambushed. If he had a physical body, it would definitely have been destroyed. Even if he was in the soul light state, he was still severely injured right now. Shi Hong's golden magic imprint was extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary person in his place, they might have been blown up. Currently, the black yak possessed the innocuous ox demonic divine body, which could reduce injuries and was known as innocuous. Within the hall, the group of people from Mount Eternal were in an uproar. Some of them had been ambushed and were seriously injured. Their souls almost returned to their bodies. Ungrateful farmer and snake, we saved you out of kindness, but in the end you're biting back at us. Wudi's face was ashen. He was vomiting soul blood. This time, he was the one who suggested to save them, but in the end everyone was trapped in a dangerous situation. Jin Lin sighed and said, "Brother Ing, I'm sorry. Actually, I'm doing this for your own good. I want to send you back to damning Pure Land directly. Otherwise, I'm afraid that something might happen to you." The little Taoist was the first to jump up when he heard this and said, "Jin Lin, you thief, you're a creature in a pond. I'm telling you to expel you from the Tao clan. Find a pond and stay there by yourself." Not only him, but the others also felt that Taoist Jin Lin was too hypocritical. After cutting someone in half at the waist, he still had this attitude. It was infuriating and hateful. "Brother Ing, we were also forced to do this." Shi Hong also spoke up. "What reason?" Wudi's soul light flickered and throbbed violently. He felt like he was about to explode from anger. Back then, when we sought refuge with the second sage of Ash Wasteland, we mentioned that fellow Taoist Chu Feng has a soul bell that can resist the vortex that connects to our world and restrain soul light particles. Shi Hong spoke calmly. A year ago, they had already sold out Chu Feng and submitted to the quasi-sage Feng Huang. Otherwise, as the fifth-generation descendants of a divine beast, why would he bestow them with the divine beast's blood? It wasn't enough to just offer breathing techniques and special technique. In this world, special techniques were where the hope of rapidly rising to power lay. Yan Huang's expression looked calm, but he was full of ambition, his aspirations great. He always wanted to slaughter his way out of this world, enter the so-called foreign realm. From his point of view, that soul bell could possibly be where his hope lay. It could bring his soul light to traverse the boundary of the cosmos and enter the large world where Jin Lin, Shi Hong, and the others came from. As a result, he made Jin Lin, Shi Hong, winged godhead, and the others pay attention. Once they discovered Chu Feng, they were to kill him without mercy and seize the soul bell. If they couldn't deal with him, they were to immediately inform him. Jin Lin, Shi Hong, even though you guys explained it like this, in my opinion, you guys are still shameless enough. You sold out Chu Feng on the first day, and you still have the nerve to ask for help today. If it wasn't for us not long ago, you guys would have been annihilated. Ing Wudi was burning with rage. Taoist Jin Lin nodded and said, perhaps he felt that everything here was going to be forgotten in the end, and that we would never remember it again in the end. As a result, he opened the cage that imprisoned the devil in his heart and no longer restrained himself. According to his explanation, it was best to send Ing Wudi and the others away like this. Otherwise, they might not be able to leave after the quasi-sage Feng Huang grasped the soul bell. After all, this soul bell could forcefully make everyone stay. Brother Ing, I advise you to end your own life and return as a rain of souls, Taoist Jin Lin advised. At this moment, the quasi-sage Feng Huang finally opened his mouth and said, you guys worry too much. If you guys cooperate with me, why would I harm you guys? You guys will stay by my side like Jin Lin, winged godhead, and the others and work for the soaring serpent abyss. Perhaps my soaring serpent race will enter your cosmos with you guys in the future. Is the soaring serpent considered a divine beast? The old donkey asked the Manchurian tiger in a low voice. It was rare for him to have a backbone for once and wasn't afraid. The little Taoist said, it should be. I've eaten it back then, and the taste is really good. It's even more delicious than black dog meat after being stewed. In reality, the two of them mainly felt that Yao Yao would follow them. Wouldn't it be easy to kill the quasi-sage? That was why they dared to be so bold. Otherwise, with their personalities, they would definitely be the most afraid of death. It was even possible that they would pretend to rebel at the last minute. Clearly, they were thinking too much. Yao Yao went to chase after the lame fox and didn't follow them at the first instance. Hee. On the throne in the hall piled up with rough stones, Feng Huang's eyes shot out cold lightning in all directions as he opened and closed them. He had a faint sneer on his face as he said, you dare to blaspheme a saint. You're courting death. Clang. At this moment, Chu Feng took out a black soul bell and immediately grabbed it in his hand. You want this? Hand it over, Feng Huang said coldly. His tone was firm and tyrannical, and it brooked no doubt as he looked down at Chu Feng from above. Chu Feng said, I've refined this soul bell before. It's very special and is a supreme treasure, but it's also very weak. There's a self-destruction law inside, and I can activate this law with a single thought. You ant-like thing, you dare to threaten me? Feng Huang said coldly. The temperature of the entire hall plummeted, and the holy might that was emitted made many people tremble with fear. They shivered and couldn't bear it at all. Even if their willpower was very strong, their soul lights were still trembling instinctively. With the word saint on them, even if they were quasi-saints, their strength would undergo a complete transformation. They were much higher than golden arhats and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Thump! The soul bell let out a muffled sound. Ripples and yang qi spread at the same time, protecting Chu Feng. Chu Feng said, in our universe, everyone who spoke to me like this died, and they all died very miserably. It's a joke to say that people are ants and they're smacked to death like ant. Hee hee. Feng Huang laughed coldly, and the meaning of mockery was obvious. Even if a true quasi-saint came, they wouldn't be enough in front of me who possesses divine blood, let alone a little trash like you who can be casually slapped to death. Cut the crap. If you let my people leave, I'll fulfill your wish and give you the soul bell. I won't activate its destruction law. Who do you think you are to dare threaten me? Feng Huang looked down at Chu Feng with incomparable coldness in his eyes, which were like blade light. Buzz. In a split second, the black soul bell trembled. Energy boiled as if it was going to explode at any time. Naturally, there was no so-called destruction law. It was just Chu Feng's posturing. He believed that since the other party cared so much about the soul bell, he would definitely rather believe it existed than take a risk. Come, get out! Feng Huang berated as he stared at Ing Wudi, the big black yak, Ouyang Feng, Qin Luoyin, and young lady Shi. Young lady Shi's little face was taut, and she was furious to the extreme. Who dared to humiliate her like this in the Yang realm? Of course, she admitted that she wasn't weak, but she could find her grandfather. So what if it was a quasi-saint divine beast? He could just stab it to death with a finger. At the same time, she was also very resentful. Why couldn't she bring the heavenly law umbrella in? Ugh! Ing Xiaoxiao also had a sobbing tone. She had never been so wronged in her entire life. Ing Wudi's expression was extremely unsightly. If he hadn't been too righteous today, and insisted on saving people, these things wouldn't have happened at all. He blamed himself. Be obedient, all of you can leave. Chu Feng stroked Ing Xiaoxiao's snow-white hair, and let everyone leave. As expected of my father. This little Taoist will avenge my father 20 years later. The little Taoist disappeared from this place with a whoosh. He was rather decisive. After that, he shouted again and said, "Don't be wishy-washy. Don't let down my father's painstaking efforts." Ouyang Feng puffed up his cheeks and really wanted to spit saliva at the figure on the throne, but he held back in the end. These people came over one by one and hugged Chu Feng before all of them left. Jin Lin opened his mouth and said, "Senior Feng Huang, this isn't safe. According to our understanding, this Chu Feng is known as a demon. He's vicious and merciless. After letting those people go, he might have other methods now that he's no longer restrained." Chu Feng looked at him and said, "Jin Lin, you said that you opened the cage in your heart because you were momentarily at a loss after coming to this world, and released the demon. But from what I see, you're not a good person at all." Chu Feng stared at him coldly. Even at this juncture, Jin Lin was still reminding the other party that he wasn't a good person. "Since we're standing on the opposing side now, everything I've done is normal," replied Jin Lin. He was tall and thin. He looked indifferent and aloof from worldly affairs, but now he made people furious and wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. Princess Yao Yao, elder sister. After the big black yak, young lady Shi, and the others escaped, they ran along the path they came from. Moreover, they let out spiritual roars toward a specific direction to summon Yao Yao. They hoped that she could kill her way over immediately and save Chu Feng. "Auntie, where are you? Why aren't you coming out yet? Mother, hurry up and come out. Quickly manifest yourself and come to the rescue. Otherwise, my father will be killed by someone else." At this moment, the little Taoist shouted. His voice was really like a lion's roar. His voice was grand and traveled especially far. While everyone was nervous, they also revealed strange expressions. They secretly guessed that this little Taoist's buttocks would most likely be beaten into 18 pieces in a while. In the stone palace, the divine beast Ing Huang looked at Chu Feng coldly and emotionlessly. It was like a giant dragon overlooking an insect. That kind of gaze was too unfriendly and completely contemptuous. "Give it to me." He extended his hand. Sure, I'll give it to you. As Chu Feng said this, he grabbed the black soul bell and suddenly shook it at the same time as he handed it over. A green-skinned calabash was enveloped by the soul bell earlier. Now, it manifested and violently sprayed out a terrifying gray substance. Idiot! Even if you have a divine weapon in your hand, you can't kill me even if I sit here motionlessly. However, just as he said this, Ing Huang suddenly let out a blood-curdling screech. He was incomparably horrified and crashed into the stone palace with a bang. He was as anxious as a stray dog. His face was deathly pale and he was almost scared to death. Strange god-level substance, damn it. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. He had already been corroded by the gray substance and was entangled. The most terrifying thing was that when this gray substance appeared, it was even more terrifying than what Chu Feng imagined. It seemed to be especially sensitive and greedy towards gods and divine beasts. It locked onto these living beings and suddenly took the initiative to pounce on them. Its speed was too fast. Even if Ing Huang had been vigilant earlier and fled at the first possible moment, he might not have been able to avoid it. Ah! Ing Huang let out a mournful and long howl as he charged high into the sky, but he immediately fell back down and smashed into the mountainous region. He transformed into his enormous soaring serpent body. It was thick and frightening as it smashed many mountain peaks into pieces. Chu Feng saw that the gray substance actually transformed into a figure that lay on the soaring serpent's body and gnawed on it. Moreover, it was at this time that the figure suddenly turned around and actually grinned when it saw Chu Feng. It was incomparably mournful and malevolent, and it was even more terrifying than a malicious spirit. At this moment Chu Feng shivered. He was horrified because he really didn't know whether it was right or wrong to use the green-skinned calabash to collect so many strange gray substances. But now, he felt that it was very useful. Chapter 831. Strange divine level substance? How is this possible? How can a small ghost like you come into contact with such a thing? No, I don't want to die. Desolate Yen wailed. It was hard to imagine that a quasi-saint would actually be so terrified. He cried out miserably with a pained expression. His face was filled with terror and astonishment. The gray fog on his body took the form of a human. It lay on his body and tore and gnawed at him fiercely like a ferocious beast pouncing on a herbivore. It was extremely ferocious, naturally suppressing, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty. Pfft! Desolate Yan's body immediately shrank by a size. It was as if a large amount of blood essence and soul light had been absorbed. His entire person became dispirited. Boom! He waved his enormous body, and the flying serpent's body lashed out at the mountainous region. The serpent's body was like a steel whip, yet also like a sharp sword. It directly eliminated a mountaintop and sent it flying high into the sky. I've said it before. Even someone as ostentatious and tyrannical as me has died. You're not much either. It seems like you'll die even faster. Chu Feng stood on the ruins of a dilapidated stone palace and looked at desolate Yen in the distant mountainous region. His tone was cold. You want me to die? How is that possible? I want to live. Desolate Yen bellowed and swiftly transformed into a human again. His body shrank and was covered in all kinds of runes. He was using the flying serpent race's secret technique to extend his life. However, he let out a miserable cry right after. The humanoid figure formed by the gray fog also shrank and became even more condensed. It entangled him and demanded his life. This is even more terrifying than ordinary divine-level substances. Heavens, no god can live long after coming into contact with it. Desolate Yen cried out in terror. As a quasi-saint, he was usually calm and composed. How could he lose his composure like this? All of this was because this gray substance was too lethal. It far exceeded his expectations and shocked him. With a swoosh, a large portion of his blood and chi dried up and was devoured by that gray substance. His entire person rapidly weakened. Chu Feng naturally knew what was going on. This gray substance was extracted from the strongest group of old god. The most important thing was that it was thick and there was a large amount of it. How terrifying would it be when the strange substances from several hundred gods were mixed together? Even a god had been tormented by this gray substance to the point of incomparable misery. In his later years, he had died in terror, let alone the ash desolate. It didn't take long for him to lose half of his life. Yan Huang discovered that it was most likely impossible for him to survive. He roared, "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." He struggled with all his might and suddenly sat up, wanting to rush towards Chu Feng. However, the gray mist tangled about him again, turning into a human form, a vicious beast, and then a malicious spirit. It continuously changed, wishing to merge into his body. "Ah, you. Fourth brother, how did you come back to life? Are you hallucinating? Scram! I killed you 20 years ago." Yong Huang roared, his eyes bloodshot. He pounced on Chu Feng again, intending to kill him. Chu Feng wasn't afraid. He pulled out the gourd and suddenly slapped the bottom of the green gourd. With a bang, the mouth of the gourd spewed out even more dense gray matter. In the blink of an eye, the gray matter turned into headless ghosts, red-haired old corpse apes, sinister devils, and miserable beasts. All of them pounced on desolate abyss. Although he was a quasi-saint, he fell straight down and was drowned by the gray matter. Damn it, this is a mutated gray matter. Even gods will fall here. It's the most powerful and bizarre matter. Heavens, could it be that I, Yong Huang, am really going to die here and be killed by an ant? Yong Huang howled. He was too unwilling to accept this. He was a quasi-saint, and moreover, he was a creature that had reached this step in a short period of time. He was proud and arrogant, but the result was so tragic. In his opinion, the so-called miserable old age should only arrive after he was at least 600 or 700 years old. Hee. Chu Feng stood in the distance and revealed a cold smile. You look down on me with such a lofty attitude, but in the end, you were trampled to death by an ant in your eyes. How laughable. Go to the Yang realm. Only there is a path of survival there. I want to live. Yong Huang's voice was very weak, but he struggled and wanted to escape. Chu Feng's heart stirred when he heard this. There was a path of survival in the Yang realm? At the thought of this, he controlled the green gourd and withdrew some of the gray matter to lessen Yong Huang's injuries. At this moment, Yong Huang was shocked. He stared at the green gourd and said with a trembling voice, "An innate divine object born from the primal chaos?" At the same time, he was extremely angry and unwilling. The ant in his eyes actually possessed such a supreme treasure? Ordinary containers could only store the gray matter for a short period of time. Not long after, they would be corroded and even directly destroyed. Only this kind of innate divine object born from the primal chaos could store and release the gray matter freely. Can you survive if you go to the Yang realm? Chu Feng asked him. Let me go. Yong Huang spoke. Although he was still lying on the ground, his eyes were full of desire. He felt that since Chu Feng could use the green gourd to take away 90% of the gray matter in his body, there was definitely a portion that couldn't be removed and had long since fused into his flesh and soul. However, as long as he could take away 90%, he would have a chance to live for a period of time and think of a way. Even if he followed the path sealed by his ancestors to the Yang realm, it was still better than sitting here and waiting for death. Forget it if you don't want to say. Chu Feng sneered. With a bang, He patted the bottom of the green gourd again, and a stretch of gray matter immediately sprayed out. This gray matter was especially sensitive to divine-level life forms and the bloodline of divine beasts. It immediately pounced over and charged forward. Ah! Yong Huang screamed miserably. In an instant, his entire body spasmed and emitted a fishy smell. That was because he was rotting, and even his blood was filled with the smell of decay. The strangeness of a god's later years, and all kinds of terrifying things were reflected on Yong Huang. He was just a quasi-saint, so how could he endure it? Spare me. There's no enmity between us. Take away this gray fog. Yong Huang spoke again. He had completely submitted and lowered his stance. At the same time, he also told Chu Feng that there were ancient and terrifying supreme existences in the Yang realm who were sleeping in a few special mountain terrains. They might have the ability to help people dissolve this kind of strange matter. What? They're that powerful? Chu Feng was moved. Yes, some of them dared to hunt down the ancestor of our world who had truly cultivated the 6 rays of time technique. How could they not be powerful? I'm guessing they most likely have supreme methods that might be able to purify some of the gray matter. In reality, Yong Huang was only guessing and couldn't be sure. Chu Feng was silent. He knew how powerful the powerhouses of the Yang realm were, but he still didn't have a clear understanding of how powerful they were. He couldn't estimate their depths because he would always be attacked by the other legends of those characters. They were boundlessly powerful. After that, Chu Feng didn't pay attention to Yong Huang anymore. He let the gray matter drown him and turn him into malicious spirits. In the end, all of them tunneled into Yong Huang's body. The stench assailed his nostrils and the gray fog drifted about. Everything was a mess and Yong Huang was surrounded by tainted blood. He couldn't even let out a scream and could only crawl there, unable to move. He would only occasionally stretch out a hand and grab in Chu Feng's direction. His eyes were filled with resentment, fear, and pleading for mercy. He wanted Chu Feng to let him go. Chu Feng ignored him and watched as he slowly rotted away. After that, he turned around to look at Jin Lin, Shi Hong, Winged Godhead, and the others. None of them dared to escape. They were truly terrified by the gray matter. They had come to this world for over a year and knew what it was since a long time ago. Once they were tainted, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they committed suicide and fled back to their original universe. In reality, Chu Feng really wanted to use the azure calabash to blast them and release the gray matter. However, he was worried that these people's souls would return to their original universe with a large amount of gray matter. It would cause a disaster and implicate others. Therefore, he endured it in the end. Yes, I understand. You're afraid that the gray matter will contaminate our universe, so you don't dare to attack us rashly, right? Taoist Jin Lin was the first to come to a realization. Winged Godhead nodded and said, "That's right. Even though you have the black soul bell and can forcefully keep our souls here, the gray matter can also contaminate your soul bell. Brother Chu, how about this? You go your own way and we'll go our own way. We'll mind our own business. How about it?" Shi Hong said. "Dao friend, farewell." Taoist Jin Lin cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Farewell, Brother Chu." The golden heavenly spider, the white phoenix clan's young master, and the others also revealed a smile. They turned around and wanted to leave. "Do you guys think that I can't do anything to you without using the gray matter? When I just came to this world, I fought against a group of you alone. What more now?" Chu Feng was rather calm. Then, he raised a large hand and grabbed forward. He was going to fight all of them alone. With a swoosh, yin and yang qi circulated and transformed into yin and yang light. This was a wonderful technique that was on par with the 5-colored divine light. It swept forward with vast power. Bang! The white phoenix clan's young master roared. His soul light shook violently as he transformed into a white phoenix and attacked the yin and yang light that was charging over. In the end, he let out a blood-curdling scream as his feathers fluttered in the air. He coughed out a large mouthful of soul blood and was sent flying. Taoist Jin Lin's eyes flickered as he muttered, "Yin and yang, two kinds of rare materials, are on him." How could he not be shocked? How deep was the Tao race's foundation? But they only prepared one kind of rare material for him because it was too rare. As a result, he walked the path of breaking all techniques with one technique. According to what he knew, no one else had a rare material of this level on them. Even the material that Ing Zhixian used to cultivate the five-colored divine light could only be considered a quasi-rare material. Couldn't be said to be the rarest thing in the world. Jin Lin previously chose to make a move on Chu Feng and the others because he had heard that Chu Feng had cultivated the yin and yang light. He believed that he had a rare material on him and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to intercept it. Now, he saw it with his own eyes. In reality, Chu Feng had long set his eyes on Jin Lin. He had long heard Ing Zhixian mention that in their generation, only Taoist Jin Lin could be sure to have a rare material on him. It was one of the materials to cultivate the wonderful seven treasures technique. Chu Feng had already collected two of them. He naturally wouldn't let go of the one on Jin Lin's body today. Jin Lin, thank you, Chu Feng said with a smile. In a split second, Jin Lin shivered. At the end of the earth, the little Taoist and the others found Yao Yao. Now they were rushing toward the scene of the accident at top speed. "Brother, you must persevere. You must live." Many people were praying. "Father, Father." The little Taoist was howling dryly. He was very sad. In the end, he even shouted loudly, "Father, I forgot again. I didn't ask you to make a will." "Nephew, stop howling. If your father comes out alive and kicking in a while, I guarantee that he'll beat you up." The big black yak reminded him from the side. "How is that possible? It's already been so long. He definitely can't persevere." Following that, the little Taoist howled dryly again and said, "Father, you're so miserable. Even if your innate talents are matchless, you can only die if you go up against a quasi-saint before you've matured. I'm so sad. I forgot to ask you to make a will again. Boo-hoo. What exactly is our family's most precious heirloom? Where is it? Father, please manifest your spirit in heaven. Quickly come out and tell me." Smack, smack. Ouch. Mother, don't hit me. Chapter 832. In the mountainous region, Chu Feng made a decisive move and attacked these people. He single-handedly obstructed many universal geniuses. "Brother Chu, you're forcing us. If you don't give us a way out, you won't feel good yourself either," Taoist Jin Lin said. "Crawl over here and accept your death," Chu Feng berated. Yin and yang light shot out extremely incisive. It was accompanied by soul light and yang qi as it blasted forward. "Suppress!" Taoist Jin Lin let out a light shout and a silver rune flew out from between his lips. It then transformed into a huge mountain as it suppressed towards Chu Feng. At the same time, Shi Hongbao's expression was solemn as he put his palms together. His entire body blossomed with dazzling golden light as if a Buddha had awakened. He formed a seal with both hands and suddenly blasted out a terrifying seal. Taoist and young Buddha joined hands and used top-notch ultimate arts in a split second. They blasted out two beams of light that erupted like a mountain torrent. It was as if a starry sea had breached its dike and poured over in torrents. Rumbling sounds rang out as energy boiled. It was abnormally terrifying. Chu Feng let out a cold snort as the yin and yang light whirled and slashed, forcefully resisting the duo's secret arts. Boom! A huge rumbling sound rang out in this area as a soul light storm swept through. Spiritual energy surged, and it was intimidating. "Let's attack together and kill him!" The White Phoenix clan's young master roared and called for the others to attack together. Chi! The golden heavenly spider spat out a golden thread which instantly interweaved into a net. It gushed out and enveloped Chu Feng. Meanwhile, the winged godhead's entire body shone as a feather-like light mist floated around him. After that, he suddenly rose from the ground as if he was ascending into the sky. He hung high in the sky and blasted out beams of light that resembled flying immortals towards Chu Feng. Clang! Chu Feng took out the soul bell, and the black bell enlarged. After that, it suspended above his head and let out a drawn-out bell chime, shaking out terrifying energy ripples. In a split second, many of the techniques that attacked him were blocked. Even the golden soul light spider web that landed on the body of the bell was burned into wisps of yellow smoke with a sizzling sound as it ceased to exist. On the ground in the distance, Ying Huang looked at the black soul bell with shock and despair. It was because he heard that there was a problem with this bell that he had sunk into it. In the end, he was done for. In the end, Yen Huang died before everyone else. His entire body stank of blood, his entire body carrying a rotting smell. His neck was stiff and his head drooped down. He died here. He was a divine beast and was destined to live for more than a few hundred years, which was similar to the lifespan of the gods. However, in the end, he died young. In the distance, Shi Hong, Jin Lin, and the others felt a chill in their hearts. A secondary saint had died just like that? They were increasingly fearful of Chu Feng. This person wasn't old, but ever since he came into being, he had been invincible. In the end, he could even kill a secondary saint. He was a little terrifying. "Come!" Chu Feng shouted. Now that Ying Huang was dead, he could completely relax and go all out. Otherwise, he would have been distracted all this time, keeping an eye on the Ash Desolate, fearing that the flying serpent would suddenly counterattack and deal him a vicious blow before it died. Now it seemed that he had overestimated the soaring serpent, or perhaps he had underestimated the strange gray substance. "Everyone, there's nothing more to say. Either we kill him or he kills us. Attack!" Taoist Jin Lin shouted. Now they could only cut off their means of retreat and fight to the end. Otherwise, everyone would be in big trouble. They might be killed in body and soul. After all, the black soul bell in Chu Feng's hands was a great killing weapon. Chi! At this moment, Taoist Jin Lin's body became glaring all of a sudden. A streak of slightly white metallic splendor emitted from his soul light, carrying with it a terrifying killing intent. This was a rare material the Tao race had prepared for him. Its attribute was metal. It had long since fused with his soul light and condensed into one, evolving a technique to break all technique. At this moment, Jin Lin's soul light was incomparably terrifying. His entire person was like the edge of a sword, but also like a heavenly dagger axe that wanted to destroy everything. He possessed a powerful killing power of metal. Jin Lin was a person who pursued perfection. With the Tao race's powerful background, they could naturally find other substances for him. After fusing with him, he could cultivate other combat skills and so on. However, he didn't walk that path. He only desired rare materials and wanted to cultivate the strongest technique. Therefore, after he obtained a kind of rare material, he used it to endlessly devour other strange substances to nourish this rare material. Its killing power was terrifying. This was the first time Jin Lin had used it in front of so many people. Last time, he didn't even reveal it when everyone surrounded Chu Feng in front of the bloody mountain peak. Buzz! Sure enough, after a streak of white metal killing energy appeared, the void rumbled. Jin Lin made his move. He condensed this splendor into a spear and pierced it at Chu Feng. At the same time, Chu Feng urged his own yin and yang qi. They also evolved into a mature killing technique and transformed into yin-yang scissors. They suspended in the air and immediately sheared at that spear. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. After a violent tremor, energy flared up. Taoist Jin Lin's expression was grave. This was a bad start. The other party's yin and yang qi were terrifying as expected. They were worthy of being two kinds of rare materials as they blocked his sure kill technique. It wasn't that he hadn't used his rare materials in the past. However, those who had seen it before had all died. One technique to break a myriad of techniques was truly as easy as breaking dry weed. No one could block it as it swept past. Now, he was directly blocked by Chu Feng. Bang! Shi Hong roared like the furious roar of a Buddha. His entire body shone with boundless golden light, creating a terrifying energy attack that caused the surrounding mountain peaks to explode. One had to know that he was only in the soul light state now and didn't have a corporeal body. Yet, he was so terrifying as he attacked Chu Feng forcefully. Clang! Chu Feng vibrated his soul bell. Immediately, black ripples spread and bell waves erupted. They collided with Shi Hong's golden energy waves and instantly crushed a mountain ridge, leaving this place in a mess. Even the golden heavenly spider, the White Phoenix clan's young master, and the others were affected. They staggered back and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouth. Everyone, attack! Don't hold back! Go all out! Shouted Taoist Jin Lin. Qi! He urged his metal attribute rare materials once again. In reality, they had already condensed into one with his soul light to develop a wonderful technique. Normally, only rare and bizarre materials could be smelted together with soul light. Moreover, after reaching the quasi-saint level, they were completely inseparable. They existed with the existence of the soul light and were annihilated with the annihilation of the soul light. At the same time, this also signified that people who grasped rare materials would be even more powerful after reaching the quasi-saint level because it was very difficult to destroy their soul light. And today, regardless of whether it was Chu Feng or Jin Lin, they both had the opportunity to obtain each other's rare materials. They hadn't reached the quasi-saint level yet, so the rare materials contained within their bodies could still be separated. This area was in chaos as an intense battle broke out. Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Sun Shi Hong, the golden heavenly spider, and the others had a total of more than 10 people besieging Chu Feng together. The bell hovered above Chu Feng's head. He urged the yin and yang qi as he formed fist seals with both hands and attacked his opponent. Qi. This time, Taoist Jin Lin's metal attribute rare materials resonated with his soul light and transformed into a divine sword as it hacked over. Rumble! Chu Feng's yin and yang qi evolved and transformed into a great furnace that burned the heavens. The furnace lid opened and swallowed that sword inside to carry out smelting. This was the yin-yang furnace. Including the yin-yang scissors from before, they were all considered mature killing techniques of the yin and yang qi. Back then, Ying Zhixian had explained it in detail to Chu Feng. Dong. Amidst intense vibrations, the yin-yang furnace wanted to refine that sword. In the end, the furnace lid suddenly opened and countless flames gushed out from within, burning toward the people in the surroundings. Kill. Chu Feng himself was also moving. He formed fist seals and executed the lightning fist. With a bang, he shattered one of them on the spot and exploded, turning him into a rain of soul light. Dong. At the same time, the soul bell shook and enveloped that rain of light, collecting it into the large bell. Everyone, did you see that? Those who fall into his hands won't have a good ending. Even soul light can't escape. At this moment, even Shi Hong was shouting loudly. Kill! More than 10 people attacked together. Chu Feng fought fiercely against them and also used his full strength. With a boom, the soul bell flew out and suddenly smashed one of them into pieces. Boom! The radiance around Chu Feng's body flourished greatly. Yin and Yang Qi revolved around his body and protected him. The large bell hung above his head as he directly swooped over and fought in the crowd. He grabbed the White Phoenix clan's young master and tore him into two. The bell waves shook and turned him into a rain of light again. Boom! After that, Chu Feng was as fast as lightning and emitted explosive sound. His fist seals were resplendent like two golden suns exploding as he bombarded the golden heavenly spider unceasingly. In the end, those soul-light spiderwebs were completely destroyed. They were minced into pieces by Chu Feng's fists and soul light and burned into nothingness. Chu Feng's fists smashed into the golden heavenly spider's body, causing his soul light to explode. He fought until his soul blood surged and Chu Feng directly through the large bell above his head. With a boom, it smashed onto Shi Hong's body, causing him to cough out large mouthfuls of blood and fly out horizontally. Meanwhile, Chu Feng himself pounced toward the Taoist Jin Lin and fought fiercely with him. When Yao Yao brought everyone close as fast as lightning, this mountainous region had already quietened down. There were no more sounds of battle. Oh my God, I smell the smell of soul light shattering. My father died so miserably. The little Taoist was very far away and started howling even at the end of the horizon. Spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth. Father's heroic spirit, quickly show yourself. Listen to the little Taoist heavenly venerable's command and quickly show yourself. The little Taoist began to summon souls. He had already started to perform the spell along the way. With a whoosh, Yao Yao's speed was extremely fast. She brought them and directly landed on this mountainous region. After that, they saw the situation on the battlefield. At first glance, they discovered Ba Huang. He couldn't be any more dead and was emitting a rotting smell. It was as though he had aged 10,000 years in an instant. This quasi-sage had died miserably. After that, they saw that there were too many soul-light fragments in the mountainous region. They couldn't fly away and were suppressed by a black soul bell. Soul blood splattered everywhere. There, Chu Feng stood alone. He didn't die, but there was soul blood spilling out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone immediately relaxed and let out a long sigh of relief as they revealed smiles. I just knew that brother Chu Feng would appear alive and well. As expected, he's safe and sound. The old donkey laughed heartily. He didn't dare to cry out carelessly. Father, you're still alive? The little Taoist also cried out. It was very obvious that he was panicking a little. Unfilial son, come over here. What were you doing just now? Shouted Chu Feng. Wasn't I worried about you? I was chanting a peace incantation for you just now to wish you peace and safety. Chapter 833. No, Father, I'm really blessing you. I'm using the Tao race's auspicious 9 words incantation to pray for your soul to return. The little Taoist was stubborn and wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. Otherwise, his buttocks wouldn't have been broken into 18 pieces like the old donkey said. It was even possible for it to be broken into 36 pieces. Chi. At this moment, a glaring metallic radiance emerged from the space between Chu Feng's brows. Then, he was cut into 2 halves and his entire body was separated. Ah, brother? Chu Feng. Brother-in-law. The group of people cried out in alarm. It was too sudden. In less than a breath's time, Chu Feng's soul light was cut into 2 pieces and his entire body disintegrated. This shocked everyone present. A wisp of soul blood sprinkled down and the 2 pieces of soul light on Chu Feng's body swayed. This was cut. Who was hurting him? Who was attacking? Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng, who had sharp divine senses, couldn't see clearly. Father, I've already said that your heroic soul died early and your bones were buried in a foreign land. You're a soul fragment that was forcefully detained by me using the soul beckoning incantation. It's a reappearance of a heroic spirit. The little Taoist howled and shook his head sadly. As expected, we're father and son in reality, but not by fate. He finally admitted that he was beckoning the soul just now and not some peace incantation. The black yak, the old donkey, Zhou Quan, and the others were horrified when they saw Chu Feng's soul light separate and dim before collapsing. They were shocked and their blood ran cold. Had Chu Feng really died? The group of people rushed forward to help Chu Feng reconstruct his true soul. Don't move, the little Taoist shouted in an incomparably solemn manner. After that, he was very sad and said, I used the soul beckoning incantation to make the heroic spirit manifest. Once you guys touch him, my father will immediately explode into a rain of soul light and scatter between heaven and earth from then on. He'll never be able to gather again. The group of people's scalps went numb and their faces turned pale. Even Ing Wudi's face wasn't dark anymore. He recovered his original, pretty boy, handsome appearance. Of course, he lacked a bit of color. Ing Zhixian turned around to look at Yao Yao. She wanted to ask her for help, but then she discovered that Yao Yao was rather calm. She was startled for a moment before she felt at ease. At this moment, Chu Feng was infuriated. This unfilial son was still showing off even at such a critical juncture. He actually had the face to use the spirit summoning technique on his own father. The reason why Chu Feng was in such a state was that he had suffered a backlash after killing Taoist Jin Lin and forcefully taking away his natural treasures. Everyone, don't move. All of you, get out of the way. Father, I'm going to summon your soul. Spirit of the heavens, spirit of the earth, spirit of the earth. The little Taoist started to chant scriptures again. He had a sorrowful expression on his face as he was summoning his father's soul. At this moment, Chu Feng suppressed the rare metal attribute substance of the world and forcefully gathered his soul light. He formed his true soul once again and completely emerged. Look, how is it? This little Taoist has cultivated my spirit summoning technique to the acme of perfection. I've forcefully condensed my father's heroic spirit again. The little Taoist puffed out his chest as he boasted. Chu Feng was furious. Motherf ****. He had expended a Herculean effort and forcefully condensed his soul light again with great difficulty. In the end, it was this little bastard's credit instead. What was he doing summoning his soul? Brother, are you all right? The soul has returned. The Manchurian tiger was very honest as he howled with his big mouth. Brother, hold on. Don't die. Don't disperse your soul light. There were also other great demons of Kunlun who shouted in a low and muffled voice. Don't move. Don't touch my father. Be careful of his soul light exploding again. Don't go near him no matter what. The little Taoist emphasized with a solemn expression as he warned everyone not to reach out their hands to touch him. The Manchurian tiger and the Mastiff King were startled when they heard what was said. They didn't dare to go forward or touch him. Unfilial son, are you trying to anger me to death? Chu Feng was so angry that his soul light trembled. After that, he disappointingly split open again. The heaven and earth rare treasure in his body had a metal attribute. It was too sharp and could even cut open his soul light. It was indestructible. Father, you have to hold on. Don't be angry. It's very hard for me to summon your soul, cried the little Taoist with a distressed expression. He didn't know if he was distressed for his father or for his own spirit summoning technique. Sigh, it's broken again. I still have to summon the soul again, mumbled the little Taoist. Stop chanting. If you continue chanting, your father will really be angered to death by you. Finally, Yao Yao opened her mouth. What? The Manchurian tiger glared. The other group of people were also speechless. In reality, after Chu Feng's second soul light reassembled, they realized something and guessed what the situation was. Little Taoist, how much did you anger my brother-in-law? His soul light even exploded. You're really deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, cried the silver-haired little Lolita. Unfilial son, come over here. Finally, after Chu Feng reassembled his soul light once again, he stabilized it. He completely subdued the worldly rare substance and suppressed it within his body. Of course, he still needed to spend time to refine it. It was impossible to do it in one go if he wanted to truly fuse it with his own body. Father, you have to thank me. I helped you summon your soul and let your soul light reassemble. Otherwise, you'd be in danger, cried the little Taoist. Of course, he was extremely guilty. Smack, smack. After that, a sharp and clear sound rang out in this place. The little Taoist was violently beaten until his buttocks bloomed. This isn't a small opportunity. Even Yao Yao said so. She felt that the metal attribute worldly rare substance Chu Feng had obtained was a rare treasure. Ing Zhixian understood. She had long guessed that the rare treasure collected by the Taoist race had changed owners and became Chu Feng's spoils of war. It was unknown how much time had passed before the little Taoist was freed. He pointed to the sky and swore with a sobbing tone, "In the heavens and on the earth, only I am supreme." After that, he circled around and took 7 steps in each direction before saying, "I swear that this was a technical error." The group of people rolled their eyes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Chu Feng had a headache. The soul bell had suppressed a pile of soul fragments. How should he deal with them? Could it be that he would use the mutant technique to get rid of them? But the commotion would be too great. From then on, Damring Pure Land would probably be jointly attacked by all the major clans. If it was before, he would naturally be very happy to see that scene. But now, Qin Luoyin had his bloodline. If the Taoist race and Buddhist race joined hands to attack Damring Pure Land, Qin Luoyin and the little Taoist might not be able to escape. Chu Feng thought about it and sighed. The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Besides, I'm not a bloodthirsty person. I rarely kill people. Brother-in-law, don't you feel guilty? Asked the silver-haired little Lolita in a low voice. I occasionally kill living beings. Under normal circumstances like this time, I restrained myself and didn't want to kill them, said Chu Feng without a blush on his face. Everyone glanced at this mountainous region. Soul blood was everywhere. Those people's soul light had all turned into fragments, and they were immediately speechless. Then, let them go, said Chu Feng. Qin Luoyin revealed a peculiar expression and great waves surged in her heart. She knew that Chu Feng was considering things for her and Damring Pure Land. Boundless deity. The little Taoist secretly curled his lip. This father of his would never let go of an opportunity to show himself. Just now, his father was looking at his mother while talking. Chu Feng began to release the people. He let go of one of Taoist Jin Lin's legs and began to think of a way to use the mutant technique to strangle him. This won't do. How can I put one leg back? He'll become an idiot. His divine soul is too badly damaged. Qin Luoyin was anxious. She thought that Chu Feng was going to put his whole body back. The little Taoist was also speechless. He knew that his father wasn't a good person. Then, put another leg back. Chu Feng reluctantly agreed. After that, everyone saw Jin Lin's pair of feet fly high into the sky and rush into the distance. He wanted to escape through that vortex and return to his original universe. It's still too little. The Tao race will fight to the death with our Damring Pure Land. Qin Luoyin's beautiful face revealed an anxious expression. All right, now there's only a but left. Put it back. Chu Feng nodded. The soul light in the other parts had been disintegrated by his mutant technique and turned into divinity granules, but he didn't absorb them. That was because Chu Feng was truly frightened after seeing those gods in their later years. In addition, Yong Huang had just fallen in front of his eyes. He had seen with his own eyes how this divine beast had died. The uneasiness in Chu Feng's heart became even more intense. He felt that it didn't matter if he absorbed a little in the past. There shouldn't be any problems, but he had to control himself in the future. Brother, isn't this too wasteful? The black yak watched as Chu Feng allowed the divinity granules to drift away. He didn't fuse with them because he felt that it was a waste of resources. Chu Feng's heart trembled as he said, "Old Black, you've also sunk deep into it?" He looked at the group of great demons from Mount Kunlun and then at Yao Yao, Yellow Cattle, and the others. He felt his hair stand on end as he felt an intense uneasiness. He was worried for them. In reality, the more one came into contact with a god, the more one could experience that kind of great terror. After Chu Feng released the feet and buttocks of the defeated, he took out the azure calabash and pulled out the stopper. Then, he collected the gray mist from Yong Huang's corpse in the distance. Suddenly, a lot of strange substances floated up and entered the azure calabash. Of course, he couldn't collect all of them. A considerable portion would forever remain in Yong Huang's rotting corpse. Did you see that? This was a quasi-saint, but he was easily entangled to death by the gray substance. Chu Feng explained the process in detail. People even saw that before the gray substance entered the green-skinned calabash, it even transformed into a human form and grinned at Chu Feng. It was malevolent and terrifying, causing everyone to tremble in fear and feeling their soul like tremble. Chu Feng hastily stuffed the bottle stopper tightly. Even Yao Yao revealed a grave expression and said, "I've caught up to that lame fox. Tell me the location of a tomb in the Yang realm." After that lame fox escaped into the ground and disappeared. It was rather terrifying to be able to escape from Yao Yao's eyes. Yao Yao had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations last time and was now a saint-rank soul light. "I'll advance and retreat with you guys." "What gray substance? What strangeness? There's nothing to be afraid of," said Chu Feng. "Yong Huang, where are you?" At this moment, a grand voice came from the end of the earth. It was a flying serpent as thick as a mountain ridge. It was boundlessly terrifying as it swept up clouds and whizzed over. Saint-rank flying serpent. This was an elder of Yong Huang. Because Yong Huang's soul lamp had been extinguished, this person was shocked and immediately rushed over. "Good timing. I just happened to need a lot of divine beast blood," said Yao Yao. With a swoosh, she went up to meet it. At this moment, everyone witnessed Yao Yao's terror. She was worthy of being the number 1 under the ancient starry skies. A pair of palms formed from soul light slapped out and a wonderful technique shot out. In the blink of an eye, the saint-rank flying serpent's body was cut into 2. Roar! The flying serpent roared and fought Yao Yao to the death. It attacked crazily. One had to know that this was a divine beast. Its blood energy was like the sea, and its yang qi surged like the ocean. It had an innate advantage. But in the end it screamed miserably. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the battle quickly ended. Yao Yao's pair of lustrous white fists smashed out fiercely like 2 snow-white suns exploding. She flew out and collided with the flying serpent's head. In the end, the saint-rank flying serpent died tragically. "Let's go." Yao Yao used her spatial bracelet to collect the flying serpent. Her entire body blossomed with light as she brought everyone away as fast as lightning. "Princess Yao Yao, are we leaving this area of the abyss? Are we not going to wait here for the great battle in the Vermilion Bird's abyss?" asked the black yak. "We're not going to wait any longer. According to what that lame fox said, it's very dangerous to stay near the abyss. Let's avoid it." A day later, a divine battle broke out. An old vermilion bird at the peak of the divine realm soared into the sky and rushed out from the abyss. He blew up 2 deities from the vicious beast plateau and annihilated the flying serpent's abyss, shocking the world. In addition, all the evolvers who entered the vicinity of the vermilion bird's abyss were annihilated regardless of their strength. Not a single person escaped, and the entire land became blood-red. One had to know that all the red feathers on that old vermilion bird's body were about to fall off. He could die at any time, but his destructive power was so frightening that it shocked the world. Chapter 834. Raise your eyes and let out a long howl at the sky with a strong and vigorous heart. 30 achievements in the dust and earth, 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. Someone was chanting, full of passion. This was a mountainous region with verdant and luxuriant trees. Golden leaves covered the entire mountain and wilderness. It was autumn again, and fruits were plentiful. 30 years had passed, and the people who lived in seclusion here came out one after another. On top of a mountain there was a small figure. It was the person who was incomparably passionate just now. But later on, he was a little sad and indignant as he said, "Motherf asterisk cur. 30 years have passed, and I still haven't changed. I'm still so small." On the other side, there was a silver-haired little Lolita sitting on top of a mountain. She didn't say a word and had a melancholy expression on her face, as if she was possessed. She muttered, Why haven't you grown up yet? You're not even as tall as my brother-in-law's thigh." Children who hadn't grown up always hoped to grow up earlier, and people who had grown up were most afraid of the passage of time. The passing of age could also be misplaced here on Ing Xiaoxiao and Chu Wuhan. These two always hoped that their soul light would increase explosively like adults, but they found it very strange. Their spiritual energy was increasing rapidly, but the scale of their soul light didn't change much. A black swan was carrying a tortoise shell on its back as it strode gracefully. It pretended to be leisurely as it slowly passed by the two of them and said, "Have you seen a ghost that will grow old? What it looks like the moment it leaves its physical body will always be the same in the end. Immeasurable deity, I'm going to be a big-headed baby in diapers for 100 years? Chu Wuhan almost burst into tears at this moment. Ah! The silver-haired little Lolita immediately shrieked when she heard this and said, "I'm already over 30 years old, but I'm still like a little girl. It sounds nice to say that I'm carved out of jade, but in reality, I'm dry and dry. My front and back are protruding, my curves are exquisite, my snow-white long legs, my slender waist, my broad bosom, my flawless and peerless complexion. I'm only so big. I'm crying." Even the little Taoist was speechless. He was fussing about these because he was such a big person, yet he was an infant soul. It was too King embarrassing. But this ant was angry because she didn't have a protruding front and back. Protruding front and back, I have them. Ouyang Feng strode away as light as he could. Indeed, with its head peeking out in front and its buttocks sticking out in the air behind it, it took a leisurely stroll. It was indeed curvaceous. After that, Ouyang Feng turned around and added, "Yeah, I have long legs too." After saying that, he strode away gracefully like a swan and left just like that. Ing Xiaoxiao was dumbstruck. After that, she was terribly angry and said, "Jun Tuo's son, go to hell." Ouyang Feng transmitted his voice from afar. "In addition, I also possess exquisite curves. Ant, let's go and annihilate him. This brat is only 2 years older than me, but he always calls me uncle and even laughs at you. Let's go together." The little Taoist urged. "Let's go." The silver-haired loli nodded. The two of them turned into 2 streaks of light and chased after him. When Ouyang Feng saw that the situation wasn't good, he immediately shouted, "Old donkey, yellow ox, old black, come. It's time to teach our nephew a lesson again. Come over and help." After that, a fight broke out in this area. This group of people had just come out of seclusion and had been lying low all this time. They hadn't shown their faces for 30 years. Back then, Yao Yao killed a divine beast and obtained enough divine blood to cleanse everyone of their yin qi. Then, she went into seclusion here to cultivate. That was because the gray substance left behind a haze in everyone's hearts. It made Yao Yao somewhat fearful, so she seriously analyzed and studied the little 6 rays of time technique. She actually completed a part of it. The current little 6 rays of time technique was even more complete than when Chu Feng had just obtained it. After a long time, the battle ended and the group of people dispersed on their own. In the field, a baby boy fell on his back alone. He was indeed powerful, but he couldn't withstand so many people. A group of people surrounded and beat him up. Even Yellow Cattle and Ouyang Feng went up together. In addition, there was also the group of people with the innocuous ox demonic physique. In addition, there was also his pig-like teammate, Ing Xiao Xiao, who kept dragging him down. The little Taoist was very miserable. "Aunt, you definitely did it on purpose. You've implicated me and caused me to be beaten up again." Chu Wuhan was indignant. At this moment, Ing Xiao Xiao was absent-minded. In reality, she was already absent-minded during the battle just now. She was peeping at her sister and muttering to herself, "Why do I feel that she's becoming more and more curvaceous? Boo-hoo! I don't want to live anymore." After that, she discovered Qin Luoyin walking gracefully. Her slender legs, slender waist, and broad bosom made her jealous again. "It's been 30 years. I've already become an old lowly." She covered her face and ran away. Hee. Young lady, she popped her head out and grabbed her. "You're pure and natural. You're extremely beautiful as a porcelain doll. Come, let big sister rub your little face." Ing Xiao Xiao saw her and naturally had another target to hate. She immediately became indignant and retaliated. "Big sister she, you're already at the age of an auntie. You're still acting cute. You're too shameful. I'll hit you." Young lady, she immediately chased after her. Boom! In the depths of the mountain range in the distance, the sound of the earth quaking and mountains shaking could be heard. One could see the earth and rocks rolling and the mountains rising and falling. It was rather terrifying. That's right, those mountains rose and fell one after another. They were sometimes high and sometimes low and were constantly changing. But everyone was used to it. The depths of the mountain range had always been like this in the recent years. They knew that Chu Feng was studying the earthly qi and the topography in order to set up a domain. The main reason why they were staying here was to wait for Chu Feng to achieve results in his research on domains and make a breakthrough. They were waiting for him to become a grandmaster so that they could steal the medicine. These 30 years were overly fulfilling to Chu Feng. That was because he had forgotten everything else and was wholeheartedly studying domains. Everything else faded away as he drilled himself wholeheartedly into the world of domains. To him, the harvest in these 30 years was enormous. His attainments in domains were steadily increasing. Spiritual energy was used to study domains. At his level, soul light and spiritual energy were all used to carve domain runes. As a result, the growth of his spiritual energy wasn't delayed by studying domains. Presently, Chu Feng's soul light energy had long since reached the great circle of the golden body realm. During these 30 years, his spiritual energy had steadily increased and reached a limit. He couldn't break through anymore because it involved the problem of becoming a quasi-sage. Throughout history, there had never been a quasi-sage who was 10 years old. Unless one used a special technique to devour and fuse other people's divinity granules in this world, no one at this age could directly break through into the quasi-sage domain by relying on their own cultivation and breathing technique. A quasi-sage was also a sage. The word sage was attached to it, and that was the difference between heaven and earth. Regardless of whether it was one golden body expert or 100, any quasi-sage would crush them. To a golden body realm cultivator, a quasi-sage was as large as the heavens and as heavy as the sea of stars. The difference was too great. Of course, Chu Feng's greatest gain was that he had broken through into the Grandmaster realm. He had already done it 5 years ago. In 25 years, he had broken through from the Master realm into the Grandmaster realm. This was a world-shocking record. Even Yao Yao was shocked and revealed an odd expression because even the Sage Master back then wasn't this fast. Chu Feng's speed had definitely broken the record. Moreover, according to their original universe's situation in the starry skies, normally speaking, it would take at least 200 to 300 years or more to go from a domain master to a grandmaster. In other words, the time Chu Feng used had been reduced to 1/10. Actually, this wasn't special. Chu Feng's talent in domains had already manifested earlier, and it was even more heaven-defying than his cultivation talent. Even the energy inheritance pagoda on the moon gasped in admiration. As early as that period, Chu Feng had already broken the record. Otherwise, how could that pagoda possibly give that mysterious silver paper that the Sage Master had obtained directly to Chu Feng? Many of the Sage Master's domain methods were learned from that silver paper. Now, the various mountain peaks in the depths of the mountain range rose and fell as if they were dancing. To the big black yak and the others, they were already used to it. After Chu Feng became a domain grandmaster, he had always been like this for a few years. He was controlling the chi of the earth, researching the geomagnetism, and meditating on all kinds of runes. At the same time, Chu Feng was fiddling with many astonishing domains, constructing models, and so on. Boom! Finally, a strange change occurred in the depths of the mountain range. All kinds of flowing lights shot out and surged into the sky like a flying immortal. A rain of light interweaved, brilliant and beautiful. There was a violent earthquake, following which, with a cracking sound, the heaven and earth collapsed. The depths of the mountain range completely disintegrated, and all the mountain peaks exploded. Countless rays of geomagnetic light appeared and filled the entire world like a rain of immortal light. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the earth caved in, and all the shattered mountain peaks disappeared. Chu Feng! Brother-in-law! The group of people cried out in alarm because a giant abyss had appeared in their place and devoured everything. There was a terrifying symbol flickering in the depths of the ground. Chi chi chi. Millions of strands of radiance surged out and dispersed the darkness. Countless mountain peaks rose from the ground once more and became as tall as the sky. They had surpassed their original height by many times. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was he casually making the mountains grow and reshape? They knew that this was caused by Chu Feng's research on domains. It had caused all kinds of changes in the chi of the earth. Everyone realized that Chu Feng's attainments in the field of domains had reached a shocking level. Boom! As expected, all the mountain peaks rose up and geomagnetic light appeared. Rays of light illuminated the sky as Chu Feng sat cross-legged on the highest peak. Compared to the past, he hadn't changed at all. He was still the same. With a swoosh, he took a step forward and the chi of the earth gushed out. He disappeared from his original position and then suddenly appeared from the soil layer before everyone's eyes. Hiss! Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This domain matter was too odd and shocked them. No wonder people say that when a domain grandmaster buried himself, he was clearly buried in the Eastern Sea. Tens of thousands of years later, his descendants found him in the desert of the extreme west. This is truly unpredictable. He can move freely underground. Even Ing Wudi sighed. Brother-in-law, your awareness is quite high, Chu Feng said with a smile. In the blink of an eye, Ing Wudi's face immediately darkened. He no longer said anything and paid him no attention. How is it? Is this considered an official exit? The black yak asked with a hopeful expression. Old Donkey also bared his buckteeth and smiled somewhat wretchedly. Can we go pick immortal medicines now? Chu Feng nodded and said, let's get ready. We can set out now. Hee-haw, hee-haw. Old Donkey cried out excitedly and somersaulted a few times. Chu Feng's face darkened. With a point of his finger, Old Donkey disappeared from his original position and ran into the depths of the ground. After a long while, he crawled out with his face covered in dirt. He was coughing incessantly and his mouth was full of dirt. Seeing this, the Manchurian tiger and the others knew that Chu Feng's attainments in domains had improved greatly. They were incomparably excited and rubbed their palms together. Chapter 835. Son, 30 years have passed. Why are you still so small? Chu Feng greeted the little Taoist with concern the moment he saw him. The little Taoist's expression collapsed on the spot. He slanted his eyes at his father and really wanted to curse. Toad, how come my son's eyes are slanted? Did he learn it from you? Chu Feng asked Ouyang Feng. Son of A.B. Tsich. Ouyang Feng rolled his eyes. Chu Feng looked to the other side and said, Xiao Xiao, even though your hair reaches your waist, why are you still a little Lolita? The little Lolita turned around angrily after he said this, and left him with the back of her head. She didn't want to talk to him anymore. After that, Chu Feng looked to the other side and said, Cici, I should call you Auntie Shi now. But why are you still acting cute and young? But you're not much different from before. Young lady, she immediately flared up and said, Demon Chu, your son and sister-in-law are modestly letting you win, but I'm not afraid. Come, come, come. Let's fight for 300 rounds. Let me beat you into 18 pieces. Brother-in-law, your face has finally turned white and not so black anymore. Hey, you really can't resist praise. Why is your face black again? Chu Feng's mouth couldn't stay still. He hadn't spoken for 30 years and wanted to say a few words to everyone he saw. However, it made people want him to shut up immediately. Old Black, 30 years have passed. Are you still thinking about that green female yak on the Tibetan plateau? Don't think about it. That first love that hurt you the most is now a white skeleton. As the saying goes, a pink skeleton. You should understand. Black Mouth Chu, I want to duel with you. Chu Feng ignored him and looked at Yellow Cattle. Little Yellow, are you a man or a woman? Why is your little face becoming more and more beautiful and delicate? Come, let me see the real situation. Yellow Ox's delicate little face was solemn. His golden hair was glowing as he leaped into the air. With a bang, he threw a heavenly bull meteor punch at Chu Feng. Brother Tiger, your Manchurian tiger. #yen #. In just a moment, Chu Feng was almost beaten up by the crowd. His mouth never stopped chattering. He hadn't opened his mouth for 30 years, and it seemed that he was suffocated. Most importantly, the moment he opened his mouth, he didn't say anything nice, which made people want to beat him up. Everyone really wanted to invite Yao Yao out. They wanted to see if he still dared to speak carelessly with his broken mouth. If he dared to make things up about Yao Yao, they reckoned he would definitely be beaten up. In the end, Chu Feng quietly looked at Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin. He muttered in a low voice that they were even more curvaceous. The two women's faces darkened. We haven't seen each other for many years and I miss you a lot. I'm greeting you warmly, Chu Feng explained. Let's not talk about that. Let's get ready to steal the herbs. Here, this is a map. We've prepared a lot of copies recently. Let's see which shop we'll be targeting. With a whoosh, Big Black Yak unfurled a beast skin map and spread it on the stone table. He pointed it out for Chu Feng to see and listed it in great detail. There were medicinal gardens of the gods on the Vicious Beast Plateau, as well as medicinal fields near the abyss. There was no need to think too much. The degree of difficulty was too great and one could easily offend the gods. Chu Feng looked at it. The easiest to get the herbs on the Bloody Mountain Peak. Back then, they dug out 5 stalks from there and got rid of little noble Pu Lin at the same time. However, the herbs in this place could only be considered low-grade sacred medicines. Even though they were watered with divine beast blood later on, the growth of the herbs was slow. 30 years had passed and they didn't know if the medicinal efficacy had increased sharply. The Manchurian tiger pointed at the map and introduced it. This is the Ural mountain range. It also belongs to the wasteland region and isn't in the depths of the vicious beast plateau. It belongs to a medicinal field in the outskirts of the moon goddess. There are also some very old soul lotuses on the mountaintop there which are extremely useful to us. There were some soul lotuses in the sacred pond of the Ural mountain. They were snow-white, translucent, divine, and flawless. They were extremely beneficial to the growth of spiritual energy. So much so that after this kind of sacred lotus grew to its peak, it could even help people reconstruct their corporeal bodies and create a lotus body. There's a Fusang tree here, the witch god's medicinal field. It belongs to the divine tree, but it's in the depths of the vicious beast plateau. It's already not very far from the witch god's true residence. Furthermore, this god has the sun-shooting bow and isn't to be trifled with. He can lock onto people and shoot them to death from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. The group of people analyzed and discovered that there were many medicinal fields, but most of them were sacred medicines. They were effective to them, but the effects weren't that great for Yao Yao. What Yao Yao needed were divine medicines. However, the true divine medicines were near the abodes of the gods or in the depths of the abyss. 30 years ago, it was fortunate that we ran fast and didn't think about the vermilion bird divine medicine. That old vermilion bird was too terrifying. He eliminated 2 gods from the vicious beast plateau and killed all the flying serpents. There was no one else with such might. Thinking about it now, they were still somewhat terrifying. Let me think about it. Chu Feng studied these medicinal fields. The worst was a sacred medicine, and the high-grade area was a divine medicine. This was different from the Yin world where the treasured medicines were greatly discounted. The yang qi here was abundant and the medicinal effects were astonishing. We have to be clear-headed. Once the medicine is stolen, it'll definitely be a shocking case. At that time, we definitely won't be able to hide anymore. We'll probably be hunted down after taking the sacred medicine. It'll be pretty good if we can barely hold on until the medicinal effects are absorbed. Chu Feng reckoned that once that time came, some of them might be killed one after another or forced to commit suicide and flee back to their original universe in a hurry. Everyone's expressions were grave as they nodded continuously. This meant that their journey in this world would completely come to an end. Chu Feng's expression became solemn. The more he thought about it in detail, the more he felt that once they took action this time, it would mean that many people would really end up in this world. Therefore, he was very cautious. It's good to end it earlier. After all, our harvest this time should surpass those people in the past. We used the divine beast blood to baptize our souls, and we all improved rapidly, said Ingzhixian. This was a fact. In the past, how many people could obtain the divine beast blood? Qin Luoyin's expression was incomparably solemn when she heard this. She also realized the severity of the problem. They were yang souls now. Once we return to our corporeal bodies, our powerful yang souls might cause serious damage to our corporeal bodies. Yes. Ingzhixian nodded. Everyone trembled. This was a problem they had to face squarely. It wasn't necessarily a good thing if their yang souls were too powerful when they returned. Don't worry. Even if each of us takes a sacred medicine, it's impossible to become a quasi-saint immediately. It's not that easy to become a saint, said Chu Feng. A quasi-saint couldn't be achieved by relying on swallowing heavenly treasures. Instead, one needed to comprehend, capture the rules of order, and resonate with one's body. If a saint's soul really returned, their corporeal bodies wouldn't be able to stay. They would definitely be burned to ashes. There was no need to think too much about it. All right, then it's settled. Most people should end their journey already, said Chu Feng. Apart from Yao Yao, who was in seclusion, it wasn't suitable for the others to stay for long. Of course, Chu Feng was an exception. He could continue to comprehend domains in this world and study the geography of the mountains and rivers. Ouyang Feng said, "We'll scout the area now and prepare all kinds of work. We'll commit crimes crazily before we truly decide to leave." Chu Feng nodded. Now, he was prepared to take action first and investigate on the spot. "I'll set off right now. You guys continue to cultivate in seclusion. I'll also cultivate while I'm studying the mountains and all living things outside. I'll inform you guys when I'm really going to make a move." After Chu Feng finished speaking, he set off on his way after a small gathering with them here. During these 10 years, Chu Feng walked all over the Vicious Beast Plateau and traversed the vicinity of the 8 Great Abysses. In the end, he confirmed his target. Unfortunately, he wasn't confident in picking the divine medicine because it was all near the deities. During these 10 years, he further studied domains and his attainments became more and more profound. He had already advanced from the initial stage of the Grandmaster realm to the middle stage. This was an astonishing rate of improvement. "Let's go. We're going to pick the medicine." After 10 years, Chu Feng returned and called out to everyone. Even Yao Yao was alarmed. As a result, she came out of seclusion and was prepared to follow along. That was because some people might set off to return to their original universe today. This could also be considered a farewell. Chu Feng opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, most of us will be leaving today or in the next few days. Take care first." Some people were silent, including Ying Zhixian and Qin Luoyin. That was because most of their memories in this world would be erased and couldn't be preserved. Once they returned to their original world, they would forget the people here, the experiences here, the feelings here, and some precious things here. Unfortunately, after we return, the friendship between us that's even more precious than Mother of Gold will dissipate and be forgotten. I'm so sad. Ying Xiaoxiao looked at everyone in front of her. "Let's go. We'll go pick the medicine first." Chu Feng led the way. Yao Yao followed and protected everyone. This time, Yao Yao definitely wouldn't leave. They chose the martial god's territory as their first stop. It was also the place where Chu Feng and the others had descended for the first time, the Bloody Mountain Peak. The great medicine here was the easiest to pick. However, some of the medicinal ingredients on the mountain peaks here had been picked in advance. There were still 2 mountain peaks with blood medicine. Unfortunately, there were only 4 stalks of sacred medicine in total on the 2 mountains. It really wasn't much. The Bloody Mountain peaks were still the same. Scarlet lightning curled around them and crackled. Yao Yao could forcefully break through this place, but she couldn't do so here. Once she did so, she would alert the enemy. She could only take the medicine here and forget about taking the other places. This place wasn't difficult for Chu Feng. Back then, he had seen the general layout of this place. Now that he had become a Grandmaster, he broke through the opening domain as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Not long after, the group climbed the mountain without a hitch. The 4 stalks of sacred medicine on the 2 Bloody Mountain peaks were all picked. "Eat it quickly." Chu Feng passed 1 stalk to Ying Xiaoxiao and gave it to the old Grandmaster Wu Qifeng and the others. "I'll eat it later." Ying Xiaoxiao pouted. She still didn't want to leave and wasn't willing to part with Chu Feng and the others. She was a little reluctant. "Are you stupid? After we go back, they'll actually return to damning Pure Land in just 1 night." Ying Wudi rebuked her. "What do you know? After we go back, we'll forget everything here. You're an older sister complex. You can't wait to go back." Ying Xiaoxiao was fuming and very sad at the same time. Ingwudi was so angry that he could only glare. He really didn't have a way to beat up his little sister. In the end, these 4 stalks of medicine were eaten by the 4 great demons from Mount Eternal first. The 4 of them couldn't move and needed someone to carry them. Yao Yao helped them refine the medicine's effects along the way. Obviously, this thing couldn't be fully absorbed and could only be hidden in the soul light. Of course, most of the medicine's effects were completely wasted. After all, without a corporeal body, the amount that the spirit could absorb was limited. Let's go to the next place. Chu Feng laid out a domain. They immediately crossed the void and disappeared from this place. Then, a moment after they left, the domain automatically disintegrated and turned into flying ashes. This was the method of a grandmaster. They appeared in the Ural mountain range. Chu Feng had long since studied it thoroughly. He brought people and charged straight up the mountain peak. They saw a snow-white pond with several stalks of soul lotuses in it. They were snow-white, sparkling and translucent, and filled the air with a sweet fragrance. Ing Xiaoxiao had no choice but to eat the sacred medicine here. She pulled Chu Feng's hand and looked at the others. Everyone, I'll miss all of you. I feel that some precious things can definitely settle in the bottom of my heart and not be completely forgotten. Consuming the saintly medicine meant that if it wasn't today, then he would have to leave in the next few days. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.